This is Meteo Mundo.
Hi, my friends. Rusty with you here live on the Meteo Mundo YouTube channel, covering Tropical Storm Jerry with direct impacts to the Lesser Antilles as we get deeper into this Thursday, late afternoon, evening, and overnight and into Friday. So coming up in this live stream, we'll talk about what's been happening with Jerry over the last day, what is likely to occur in the Leeward Islands, and just get you prepared for some impacts across this area for the coming hours as the weather across most of our area expected to go downhill in the coming hours. Now, stick with me here. As always, Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the lead law firm of Central Florida. That transition got me. I thought we were going to somewhere else. Sponsored by the lead law firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. It's storm season. A storm moves into your area. Friends, you get damage of any kind. They'll walk you through the insurance claim process. They offer free consultation and policy reviews. You got nothing to lose. If you have this situation occur in your life, go to leanomelaw.com if you guys would like more information. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that transition in a second, but the first thing I want to do is get into what's been happening with Jerry so far today, and then we'll talk about the watches, the warnings that are in effect, and the likely impacts through a good chunk of the Lesser Antilles, and even some impacts expected later tonight, overnight, and through Friday morning for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. So Jerry, at this point in time, is located just a little more than 100 miles or so east-southeast of Barbuda and Antigua. Now, you see that the icon is way on the northwest side of all the deep convection. Jerry is still an extremely sheared storm, right? Meaning that the low-level circulation is outrunning the mid and the upper levels of the storm, and all of the strongest winds continue to be on the southeast side of the storm. So I know a lot of you, and I was just checking out the chat right before I came on, have talked about that. Things are still quiet in your area, and that is the case at this point in time, but it is going to change, and the structure of Jerry is going to have some big impacts on that. Now, of course, with our visible satellite imagery here, we lose it as we lose the daylight, but just to show you right at the end, the low-level center of Jerry is right here, and then all of the deep convection and the strongest winds are way either to the east, south, or southeast of the center, which is why ahead of it right now in the northern side of the Leeward Islands and the Lesser Antilles in general, things have been relatively quiet until you go all the way down to our friends in Barbados, and they have been rocked today. These are wind gusts in miles an hour throughout the afternoon hours. They add up to a 56-mile-an-hour wind gust, all right? Again, the storm structure is not fantastic, although you do see a little bit of a blow-up of the higher cloud tops. Those are the purples and whites, and you see the lightning. So there is the potential that near the center of circulation, we're beginning to get some deeper convection and a little bit more organization. But at this point in time, it's an extremely sheared storm, and we're actually seeing the worst impacts through this afternoon way south of the center. Now, ultimately, as Jerry tracks to the west-northwest and gets very close to Antigua and Barbuda and has a pretty close run to Guadeloupe and Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, Saba, St. Bart's, St. Martin, St. Martin, and Anguilla areas, we're going to see the weather go downhill. It's just that likely that is not going to occur until the center either gets very close to your area or even behind it, as Jerry begins to pull away and you get into all of the deep convection and the strongest winds on the southern and the eastern side. So it's not as if we have this extremely organized system that's going to produce a lot of activity before it actually moves in. Let me show you guys, and again, let me get rid of this transition as well. Let me show you guys the, interesting. All right, hang on one second here. There we go. All right, let me show you guys the latest update from the Hurricane Center. As of the 5 o'clock advisory, winds are 65 miles an hour. Now, the Hurricane Center says it could even be a little bit on the generous side, but that's what the reconnaissance aircraft are flying at flight level. Pressure of about 1,001 millibars. It's still moving very quickly, west-northwest at about 18. It's located about 175 miles in general for the east-northeast of the northern Leeward Islands here. Excuse me, east-southeast of the northern Leeward Islands is about 285 kilometers. Looking at the warnings and the watches, again, we had some upgraded warnings earlier today, and a couple of other islands have come along for the ride as we move through this Thursday. So a tropical storm warning in effect right now, Barbuda and Anguilla. St. Martin and St. Martin, St. Bart's and Guadalupe. That means tropical storm conditions, winds greater than 39 miles an hour sustained, are likely in those areas later tonight and overnight, potentially through portions of early on Friday. Tropical storm watch is still in effect for Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Ceiba, and St. Eustatius. Any other areas currently on any of the watches or warnings, and that would include all the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and areas south like St. Lucia and Barbados. But again, we've had some really nasty storms move across that area. This is a snapshot. I've done everything I can to kind of give you guys an idea of what you can expect. Now, again, we've got about 1,000 governments in the Lesser Antilles in general. And so cobbling all this together is yeoman's work. But looking at things overall, we've got a high surf warning for the British Virgin Islands, Anguilla, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, and Nevis. Seas will be running around 9 to 13 feet, about 4 meters, with surf around 9 feet or about 2.7 meters. But there will be some significant wave heights that could be much higher than this. I mean, at least 15 feet, but maybe in those 20 to 25 foot sea heights, especially on the eastern and the northern sides of the islands that are under the high surf warning. A high surf advisory, so just a notch down for Montserrat. And again, very area dependent on local government, but a flood watch and a high seas warning for St. Martin and St. Martin. We have what's called an orange wind and wave alert. So there's an orange wind alert, there's an orange wave alert for Guadalupe, there is a flood watch for Dominica and Barbados, and there's a flood advisory for St. Lucia. This is not a totality of everything that's currently in effect. Always check in with your local government and your local officials. And again, these can quickly change. Watches can become warnings, advisories become watches, and other things can be added. But a snapshot as I came on here with this live stream of what I was able to piece together. Now, again, conditions are just expected to go downhill overnight, especially in the northern half of the Lesser Antilles, and especially the Leeward Islands in general, with the arrival of the tropical storm force winds likely not moving in until at the earliest about 8 o'clock tonight, and then really getting deeper into the Leeward Islands as we get past midnight, and even as far west as portions of the Virgin Islands, including the U.S. Virgin Islands, maybe even towards Vieques and Culebra as we move into Friday right around daybreak. Now, again, does this mean we're definitely going to get this tropical storm force winds this far west? No, but is a plausible scenario from the Hurricane Center? The answer is yes. When we look at the probability, right? And again, the biggest thing, if I haven't mentioned it forthright here, is that Jerry has shifted west, right? We're going to talk more about this in a second, but Jerry has made a farther west shift, just like some of the models I showed you guys yesterday, which is now why we have more direct impacts likely for these islands. So now you get into the basically guaranteed tropical storm force winds for places like the eastern side of Guadalupe and Antigua and Barbuda. And then you have pretty high chances for St. Kitts and Nevis and Ceiba and St. Eustatius and St. Bart's and St. Martin and the Anguilla areas. Lower chances back down towards Dominica south. Low chances for the Virgin Islands, and again, touching the eastern sides of Puerto Rico, but it's not out of the question. And the biggest really question mark still is just how much farther west does Jerry go? I mean, the Hurricane Center still wants to take the storm and drive it due to the north here, but so far that hasn't happened. The HAFS-A model that I showed you guys yesterday, along with the HWRF and the HMON, which had a farther west track, is winning out. And now this storm is getting closer. So when we look at the track from the Hurricane Center, you know, again, it's still likely to pass the core of the storm to the east of the islands, all right? And this is very important and very good news because I've already mentioned how sheer the storm is. You guys who live in these islands right now are talking about how quiet it is, right? All of the worst weather is east or southeast. So if we can keep the eye, if you will, or the center of what is going to be a higher end tropical storm. Winds are 65 right now. It's only 9 miles away from being a hurricane, but if we can keep that offshore, we're still likely to see the worst impacts stay east of the islands. But looking at Barbuda, look, Barbuda is likely to have the closest approach. Right now, it's on the western cone of uncertainty from the track from the Hurricane Center. We're only about 30 miles away right now. Remember this time yesterday, we were about 120. We've really lost our buffer from whatever core and broad center that Jerry is going to bring to move into the islands. Now, I have wind gusts right now, and if you're just tuning in, again, hundreds of miles to the south. So here's the center of Jerry with our icon, Barbados is about 280 miles away, and along with some of this deep convection on the south end of Jerry, they had sustained winds of over 40 miles an hour and gusts of over 50. If you guys live on Barbados, let us know how you guys are doing. But, you know, shortly, we're going to start to see the weather go downhill in these areas. It might take a couple more hours, but I wanted to make sure I came on early enough that you guys are prepared for the changes that I've seen in the forecast over the past 24 hours. Now, the interesting thing about this is the half A model, in particular, the half A and the half B, so both iterations of the halves model, if you will, are doing exactly what is happening with Jerry right now, elongating this system, where basically we start to lose some of the characteristics here in the center of circulation on the northern side, but this becomes a huge swath of heavy rain and extremely strong winds from Anguilla all the way down to Trinidad and Tobago. And we've been, if you look at the radar and satellite loop over the past 6 hours, we're starting to see that elongation already beginning to occur east of the island. So this is going to be an impactful, very large swath of squalls, winds, rain, excessive surf and sea conditions for the entire Lesser Antilles. The winds will be more concentrated in general farther north, but obviously Barbados is a great example that we could see some significant impacts even farther away than that. Now, as you guys know, we have some live cameras here at Meteo Mundo, and then I'm going to jump into the chat because I know you guys probably have some questions. Live look outside to Corinth, St. Lucia. Whoops. Wrong button. Let me take myself off camera. So obviously St. Lucia is farther to the south from where we're going to see the most direct impacts from Jerry. You know, Barbados, relatively speaking, not that far away, and they had the 50-mile-an-hour winds. I've seen the winds pick up from time to time with this camera this afternoon and early this evening in St. Lucia. It's a beautiful shot there, and obviously you can see some vertical development to some of the clouds. And again, the opportunity down the road here, we could get some squalls moving into St. Lucia even later on this evening. Now we go farther to the north and to the west, to the British Virgin Islands. This is from the Soggy Dollar Bar and our friends on Joost Van Dyke, and we appreciate the Soggy Dollar Bar letting us use this camera. It's beautiful here right now. Again, by tomorrow morning, we're likely to get some squalls in the British and U.S. Virgin Islands, and things will be a little bit blustery from time to time as well. But again, likely that this camera is a little bit farther west from the most significant impacts. But just wanted to show you some of the cameras that we have live here at Meteo Mundo. All right, let me jump into the chat. And first of all, I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for spending part of your Thursday evening with me as we track Tropical Storm Jerry together with the impacts here for the Eastern Caribbean. As always, I appreciate you guys hitting that like button for me, subscribing to the channel if you guys haven't as of yet. Thank you to all of the members in the chat. You guys are going to be showing up in green. Thank you for all of our moderators as well. They'll have the wrenches. Let's say hi to everyone. Now, again, I was looking at the chat earlier, so like crotch edits, crouch edits, I don't know, we'll go with that. Didier, EJ, you know, Ramona, Karen, right at the beginning of the chat, all basically saying, look, things are still pretty tranquil in our area. There certainly hasn't been a lot of wind. And, you know, that has been the case so far. Claudia says Saba is a little overcast, but no rain yet. And then we have, again, Donna from Barbados that says lots of rain and gusts in the southeast side of Barbados. Pete Rose from Long Cay, Fortune Islands, in the Bahamas. Things are calm there. Hi, Amy. How are you? Hello, Carol. Hi, Nicole. STXN. How are you? St. Croix is in the house. Hi, Farrah. How you doing? Hey, Jason. Everything looking pretty good in the Gulf right now, my friend. Hey, Noble Pills. How are you? Puerto Rico is in the house. Appreciate everyone jumping in. Let me know in the chat where you guys are viewing from. Art House BVI says some weird clouds in the BVI. And this is coming. Again, very interesting structure to this. Again, there's a lot of shear. Let me show you guys, I have this as well. This is the latest recon data. Of course, reconnaissance Hurricane NOAA and Navy aircraft are going in and out of this storm. So they're keeping a really close eye on this. Air Force reconnaissance aircraft going in and out of this storm. So what you're looking at here is their cuts that they make across the storm, and then the wind barbs associated with the winds that they have found. Now, when you look at this legend, the farther right that you go into those brighter oranges and reds and purples are the stronger winds. The center of circulation is probably right about here. Notice that all of the strongest winds are on the eastern side or the southeast side of the storm. There is very little wind field overall on the northwest side. And you can start to see the islands come into play here on this satellite imagery. So again, the leading edge of Jerry as it moves west-northwest is not going to have a lot of wind. The storm is going to literally have to be on top of most of these areas before the winds freshen up even a little bit. And again, likely your strongest winds and associated with this storm will be behind when the center passes by your area. So it could be well into the overnight hours and maybe even daybreak or beyond tomorrow morning for you to get at least the strongest winds. Now, there will be some squalls ahead of it. There'll be some locally heavy rainfall, and obviously the surf and sea conditions are going to be very elevated well ahead of the storm as well. But when we're speaking about the winds with a storm that's this sheared, with not a lot happening on the northwest side of the storm, we're not going to pick up a ton of wind in your area ahead of time. So for even some of the areas where direct tropical storm conditions are expected later, that might not happen for at least the next couple of hours. So what it looks like on the water vapor imagery, just to show you guys that. And again, over 55-mile-an-hour winds in Barbados earlier for today. This is what it looks like at the low levels of the atmosphere, water vapor imagery-wise. Again, when you see these blues, that is the really thick moisture-laden air. Notice how that's even pushing off to the south. Notice how we have even more lightning associated with this. I mentioned the St. Lucia area, right? So now thunderstorms are building just towards the east of St. Lucia, and they're beginning to work their way in. So St. Lucia on over towards the Martinique areas here. And again, it's just another round of storms. We have more lightning back over to the eastern sides of Guadeloupe and Dominica and Martinique. So that's what it looks like on our water vapor imagery. All right, let me jump back over to the chat. Hey Marisol, how you doing? It never rains here in my town of Isabella. I hear you. You might get a little bit tonight. There's been some local heavy rain. I've got the radar out of Puerto Rico we'll take a look at. There is still a lot of tropical moisture ahead of Jerry that will kind of fill in across the islands, but it won't be as consistent or persistent as what we're going to see a little bit farther off towards your east. Monique is in the house from the Bahamas, I believe. I just hit the button, so it went up. Hi, Emmanuel. Antigua is in the house. Well, Sherry, if you were listening to, Sherry talked about how news is going to track further west before turning. If you guys listened to, the videos I did the last couple of days, I presented that argument because there wasn't full, congruency with all of the models, right? A vast majority of them had that turn, but very reliable, high resolution hurricane models like the HAFS A and B and the HWRF and the HMON were farther off towards the west. And even some of the Google DeepMind, if you guys know that, it's an ensemble product. It's a new one. It's done very well. Some of those ensembles were closer to the islands as well. So we did not have this consensus. And I tried to impart that the last couple of videos that the most likely scenario was that the storm was going to still miss the islands east-northeast, but that could be a very close shave. And now two things have happened. First of all, overall, the core of the storm is going to get very close to the islands. And the Hurricane Center all day long has only been moving this track farther west. We could still not be done with that. We could eventually see the storm get even closer to Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands in general. But because this is such a sheared, elongated storm, the impacts are going to be felt over a much larger area anyway. And because of the track of the storm and the impacts being to the south, it's going to drag a lot of that right over the Lesser Antilles in general. So again, we don't even need to focus on a point, outside of where it's actually tracking, just how, look how widespread all of this activity is at this point in time. All right, let me jump back into the chat here. Antigua been hunting on and off rain and extremely hot. That's the other thing. Rain in St. Lucia. Hi, Julianne, how are you? Danny's in the house from St. Lucia as well. St. Martin, Luciano, how are you as well? Hi, Therese. Kissimmee, Florida is in the house. Hey, Sandra Anguilla, good to see you. St. Lucia says no rain, just some lightning as of yet. If you guys live on these islands, right, look off towards the east. That's where it's coming from, right? Now, Barbados has already been run over. We've had a couple of showers over the Trinidad area, but generally speaking, still the most active and impactful weather is off towards your east. Now, I have the gusts on, so if we start to pick up some of the gusts, and by the way, I have access again to our buoys. So we have our buoy data out here. These are your current temperatures that are on display for you right now, but I can switch over to our current pressures. Remember, the pressure in the center of the storm is 1,001 millibars. Now, it's tough to see, but the St. Lucia barometers here on both sides of the island, north and south, about 1,010 to 1,009. Barbados is in at 1,011. That's not much lower. Guadeloupe's pressure has dropped down to 1,007. And again, pressure, the lower the number, the deeper the storm. So your pressure values are likely to fall as we get into the evening hours here. Antigua's pressure has gone from about 1,011 earlier this afternoon back down to 1,007. So again, it's indicative that the storm is coming. And let me just pause this real quickly. Look at all of this lightning. This is a new thing that is developing as I'm on right now. A tremendous amount of lightning. This is the potential that the storm is really trying to gather some strength and organize with deeper convection just before it's about ready to hit the islands, right? Going to be very curious to see. The reconnaissance aircraft are going in and out of this storm all of the time. There's another one that's in there right now. But the fact that we went from 0 lightning strikes, right? Take a look at this, guys. So this is the time, about 3 o'clock this afternoon, 3.5 hours ago, we had zip in the way of lightning, and then look at that convection develop here. It's not a great sign. More than likely, we're having some organization and some strengthening at the center of the storm. And notice as well that, we've really got this to be a little bit more concentric. Notice how weak it was here, again, a few hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago, and then look how it's really blossomed up here. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing at all, because likely this is going to come along with some stronger winds. Now, the interesting thing is that even down south, we're still trying to wrap in some of that moisture. Now, some of this could be left behind, right? It's not going to necessarily get tugged along with the center, but even down here, you have a tremendous amount of lightning in St. Lucia. And again, that number, my friends, is just the lightning count in the last 15 minutes. So we have likely seen kind of an uptick in the activity overall. Again, looking at pressures, I know they're small numbers. I've got them as big as they can be. 1,008 on Anguilla, 1,009 right now in St. Martin and the St. Martin areas there. And again, of course, both of those countries are on the same island. Let's see what we've got here in the Virgin Islands, about 1,010. Same thing for Puerto Rico. So we'll be monitoring the drop in pressures in places like Guadeloupe and Antigua first here. We've already seen a couple of millibar pressure fall in the last couple of hours, but again, it's not much lower at this point in time, down to 1,001, but it's not going to shock me, if by the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, based on just what I'm seeing right now here, that we potentially get a stronger storm. All right. Hey, Brent, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Brent, thank you so much. The $1.99 super chat. Let's get the hearts out in the chat for Brent. I appreciate you, my friend, from my hometown of Crystal River, Florida. So thank you so much for doing, helping out the channel in that regard. I appreciate you so much, sir. Hope you're doing well today. Get back over to the live chat. Hey, Mike, stuffing things. Glad the storm's going to miss us. Just put up our tent where we're going to live in. Well, I'm glad it is too, my friend. Lloyd is in the house from Barbados. Hey, Brent, happy birthday, by the way. Brent's birthday is tomorrow. I see some of you have wished him happy birthday. Let's do it. Hey, Jim says St. John is ready. Jim, I do expect you guys to be okay overall, but it is awesome to always be prepared, right? Now, again, could this storm try and make a run farther west, northwest, and bring potential tropical storm impacts in a direct way to the U.S. and British Virgin Islands? It's possible, right? Likely it is to stay slightly away from you guys, but I do expect the winds to freshen up a little bit as well. Let me just show you overall what the models are doing here with the storm. So let me bring this up. By the way, the concentric rings that you guys see is my weather system putting on the likely swaths, if you will, of tropical storm force winds, then 50 knot plus winds in purple up to about 57 miles an hour higher. And then the pinks would be the hurricane force winds. Obviously, we don't see that here. It is likely to stay a high-end tropical storm, but you notice now, right? This time yesterday, everything was east of the islands. Now, we have what is likely to be tropical storm conditions in Barbuda and Antigua and very close to Anguilla and St. Martin and St. Bart's. And if it slides farther west, Ceiba and St. Eustatius, St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat, even Guadeloupe potentially come into play. But again, the field of winds is much farther stretched and away from the storm on the eastern and the southern side. So the fact that it's tracking east of us and that we are likely to experience the west side of the storm, and hopefully only the west side of the storm, not the actual core, that's about as good news as possible, right? Better news would be that the storm is farther away, but at least we don't have hopefully the strongest winds and the quadrants right now, the upper right quadrant and the bottom right quadrant, if you will, if you slice this storm into quadrants, that would be moving right over the islands. So just real quickly here, and I'm only going to take this out a little bit of time here, guys. We're going to go to just tomorrow evening. Really quick loop up here of this. I want to give you guys an idea, partly because I want you guys to see what I'm talking about with the rain, right? That you don't have to be anywhere near this storm to get 2, 4, maybe even 6 inches of rain, or up to about 150 millimeters. That's why you have flood watches and flood advisories, even as far south as St. Lucia and Barbados. From time to time, there's been some sea advisories, even up down towards Trinidad and Tobago as well. I believe they've been discontinued for right now, but potentially additional high surf and sea conditions could be issued for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Again, there's a high surf warning right now for the BVI. Thank you, George, in the house from St. Martin, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, still looking good. Hey, Jason, Barbuda, good to see you as well. No rain, lens, just lightning. I'm all over the place with the chat, but I appreciate everyone. I really do. Again, Be Encouraged Radio. Again, I expect the weather to just go downhill in Dominica and overall the Lesser Antilles through the remainder of these evening hours. So again, snapshot at 8 o'clock, couple of hours from now. Core of the storm still just east of the islands, but some of the more persistent bands beginning to move into places like St. Lucia and St. Vincent and portions of the Grenadines. Again, Barbados, you don't have to be close to this storm to get some of the heavy rain and squalls, but the most persistent winds are likely to move in later tonight into the areas that we're looking at now, and then certainly by midnight and beyond, right? By midnight and beyond is when we expect really the storm to begin to impact a wider area with more persistent bands of heavy rain, with the more consistent winds that could again locally be over 39 miles an hour sustained at your tropical storm warning areas. But we could have some sustained winds that could be pushing 50 plus miles an hour and maybe even gusts as high as 65. Again, to remind you, right now the storm has 65 mile an hour sustained winds, not expecting the core to go over the islands themselves, but we could see wind gusts up to about that. And you can just see that the wet weather is with us with the squalls through tomorrow morning and into the afternoon hours. This is 5 o'clock tomorrow, right? The center is right about here, but with the southerly winds and the elongated nature of this sheared storm, a lot of this rain and the gusts lag behind, right? So getting you prepared tonight for the weather to really fall off a cliff and overnight and then throughout the day on Friday. And the question does remain just how deep into Friday it goes. Now, by the evening hours, by 11 o'clock, I would expect there to not be a lot of wind that would be of a tropical storm variety left over into the Lesser Antilles in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but the opportunity still for some excessive rain. So this does turn into a flooding event in a couple of spots. Again, flood watches of all varieties are up, especially if you live in an area of higher terrain. You live on an island where there's a lot of terrain, and this water can funnel quickly into low-lying areas. You know the spots where you live that are flood prone. That is a likely scenario here with Tropical Storm Jerry. Now, it's moving fast. That is a good news. West-northwest at 18, likely to slow up a little bit in forward speed, but it has been hauling the last couple of days. Between Wednesday at 5 o'clock and yesterday at 5 o'clock, Jerry moved more than 550 miles at 23 miles an hour pretty consistently, right? These are going to be your winds at the lower levels. So I'm going to show you that real quick. I'm going to just drop off everything. And again, sheared storm, great news that the western side is weaker. So as we get into this, by 5 a.m., again, on our GFS model here, the center of the storm is really close to Bermuda. It is not, or Barbuda, excuse me. It is not going to shock me, right? So we truly have the center basically close to the island, which means that the stronger winds would be around this, right? It's not going to shock me if the hurricane center keeps taking this track farther west and potentially has it brushing Barbuda. It's a situation we have to watch. It's one where I don't like what I've seen in the model trends. And I got to be honest, the other thing that I don't like to see is the lightning developing near that center, because this could begin a strengthening trend just before the islands that the newest runs of the models haven't even picked up on as of yet. So I hope it is of this nature as it gets into the Leeward Islands, but that is something that has to be monitored overnight. And potentially this storm is going to be trying to get a little bit stronger, just based on simply what I've been seeing in the last half hour. Now, it could completely die back down. The shear is still in effect, right? But the Hurricane Center has mentioned from time to time that the wind shear is not fully guaranteed to last in this area. And that's why it is forecast to strengthen into a hurricane as it moves away. Hopefully the shear is still strong enough where it remains weaker. But again, down the road, it is forecast to relax and to become a Category 1 hurricane. Now, the track is east of Bermuda. That is good news for my friends in Bermuda at this point in time. All right, let me jump back over to the chat. And again, appreciate everyone. I'm doing everything I can to answer your questions or to look, but if I miss something, just let me know. We'll get back over here. And again, just to bring on, we've got the lightning data. I mean, you guys can clearly see the convection that I'm talking about here. Now, I also have the ability to bring on the latest discussion from the Hurricane Center. So I want to just do that for you guys real quickly, right? Again, if you guys can kind of read along with me, it basically just talks about in the first paragraph that there's still a lot of shear. The low-level center is fully organized, and the deep convection is south and the southeast. And that has been what's happened. But, you know, does this try and consolidate into a different center? Or is this just going to be a big area of stronger winds like we saw in Barbados? I think it's a question mark, for sure. Again, erratic movement today, but when we kind of smooth it out, going at 300 degrees at 16 knots. And again, the strongest wind should pass east of the islands due to Jerry's asymmetric structure, with a turn to the north, and then moving around the western side of our subtropical ridge, right? Jerry is expected to pass east of Bermuda in the next few days. Strengthening in the short term seems unlikely, given Jerry's poor structure. However, the storm passes north of the Leeward Islands, the vertical wind shear should decrease. Jerry is still over the warm, moisture-laden waters in the air mass. Therefore, slow strengthening is expected. So again, you know, we've already talked about the warnings that are into play, but you do end up getting a hurricane here from the Hurricane Center from Jerry down the road. But again, let's keep an eye out for what's going to be happening in the short term as well. All right. Tommy and Randy about Barbados. I got to be honest, obviously we weren't expecting the storms that you guys had this far south, right? But the elongated nature of what Jerry has ended up becoming really brought you some extreme conditions today. Again, Barbados, Bridgetown area had a 56-mile-an-hour wind, and there were hours and hours. There is still an opportunity that throughout the Lesser Antilles, and this time it doesn't really matter where you are, where we could get an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain and maybe even up to 6 inches in a couple of spots. That's up to 150 millimeters. So I believe there's at least a flood advisory right now for Barbados, and that is likely to continue. And again, from time to time, that could be elevated to a warning in a couple of spots. Again, for Barbados, it's a flood watch right now, right? Flood advisory for St. Lucia. And again, first of all, the tropical storm warnings and watches cover the wind and the rain, right? So I was just kind of piecemealing some of the other areas together here that weren't either necessarily under the watch or the warning or had additional advisories or warnings issued. So Again, kicked up surf and sea conditions. I hope all of my boating friends have found safe harbor. You guys are, in safe port. You guys are in sheltered locations because it is not going to be fun. 9 to 13 foot waves are expected. Surf conditions up to around 9 feet or 2.7 meters, but significant wave heights could be more than double that in a couple of spots. High surf advisory for Montserrat, the flood watch, the high seas warning for St. Martin and St. Martin, your orange wind and your orange wave alert for Guadeloupe, and the flood advisories that I've already mentioned. I have the significant waves. Let me find that for you guys real quick. Here it is. All right. So this is the wave heights, and this is going to be overnight through tomorrow morning. Again, based on the latest GFS track. Now, let's be clear. The closer the core of the storm gets to the Leeward Islands, the closer your 16, 18, 20-foot significant waves will come. The Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service already mentioned how they expect at least 15-foot waves, eastern northern sides of the islands. But let me be clear, significant waves, right, are one thing, but the maximum wave heights could be even double this. All right, so that's a problem when you're starting to pull that kind of wave action closer. Obviously, we're going to have some surf, we're going to have some breakers, small craft are going to want to be in port, and this will continue to expand towards the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, and even the northern sides of Honduras, the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and then the eastern sides of Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas as well. Basically, this is going to churn up the Western Atlantic Basin just like Umberto and Imelda and Aaron did. And again, we have another frontal boundary coming off the U.S. East Coast that's going to aid in churning things up, which again could end up being a nor'easter along the East Coast. Could it be Karen? Potentially down the road as well, but just very active weather there. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, want to go over the watches and warnings one more time because a few islands have been upgraded from tropical storm watches to warnings today. They are Barbuda and Anguilla, St. Martin and St. Martin, St. Bart's and Guadeloupe. These islands are under tropical storm warnings. It means tropical storm conditions, winds of at least 39 miles an hour sustained are likely in your area. The timing for that is late tonight, overnight, and potentially through the early portions of your Friday as well. Tropical storm watches, so tropical storm conditions are possible, but they're not guaranteed for Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius. And again, the Hurricane Center has highlighted that all of these areas, the Lesser Antilles in general, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, could all see 2 to 4 inches of rain, locally up to 6, so 50 to 100 millimeters, locally up to 150 in a couple of locales. All right. Amber Marie, South Florida. Alex from Antigua. Dr. B. Charles, St. Lucia, good to see you. Menelo, overall, you're okay in Puerto Rico. I mean, could there be some impacts, some squalls? Yes, but you're not under a tropical storm watch. You're not under a tropical storm warning. I'm not expecting conditions to be persistent enough in Puerto Rico to cause any big problems. Localized issues with some heavier rain, not out of the question. Retta says St. Kitts getting ready for the rain. I hear you. Steadroy, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Checking in from Montserrat. No rain, just very calm. Yeah, it is the calm before the storm. Literally the calm before the storm. And again, right now, some of the islands getting more impacts are much farther south. If you live on St. Lucia, if you live on St. Vincent, if you live in Beckway, just look off towards your east. You're probably seeing a show. Even western Barbados. Now, you might be too overcast here to see some of this, but certainly St. Lucia. And our camera on St. Lucia points west. And I've asked them, I said, is it possible to point east during the storms? They haven't done it as of yet. I'm not really sure what the view is off towards the east, but we'll see these storms overrunning those islands. And it's just getting closer to Martinique and Dominica and Guadeloupe, and eventually again filling in. Now, it is still very tranquil right now in the Leeward Islands overall. Guadeloupe, Montserrat, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, Saba, St. Eustatius. I got you guys covered. St. Martin, Anguilla, St. Bart's, everyone here. But tonight, overnight, it is going to get pretty darn rowdy out there. And again, just all of this lightning is a very interesting new thing that has cropped up with a very sheared storm. And what do I mean by shear? If I show you guys the visible satellite imagery here, of course we've lost it now that we've lost the daylight hours, but the low-level center of the storm is exposed on the northwest side. I'm just taking off all those icons so you can see it. The low-level center is here, right? And by the way, this time was 2:30 this afternoon. So you have this exposed center here, and down here, Barbados is getting 50-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, so it is pretty amazing, nearly 300 miles away. But you can clearly see the spin there. Also, look at the deeper convection. You can see towards the end of this loop, when the sun goes lower in the horizon, we get this nice shadow effect with this high-resolution visible satellite imagery, and you can see the cumulonimbus cloud tops that are peaking above the other veil of the clouds there from Jerry. So again, look at those thunderstorms really blossom, and even those last couple of frames. Look at some of the convection developing here as we head towards 5 o'clock. Now, again, that's Atlantic Standard Time, but the farther east that we go, Eastern Daylight Time, Atlantic Standard Time, we lose that daylight just a little bit earlier in the day, and there it goes. But right in those last couple of frames, you can clearly see some of the shadowing of some of the deeper convection. So it's an interesting kind of side note to what's happening here. This is always a great time to keep up with the Hurricane Center as well. Yep, let's see here. Okay, well, guess what? In the Northern Atlantic, they've made Invest 96L, but that's moving towards no one. I'm just checking out, making sure I'm not missing anything here. Still have the 5 o'clock. Again, the next intermediate advisor is going to come our way at 8. Lisa in the house from TNT, good to see you. Hey, Gold 2000, how are you? Hi, Maria from Puerto Rico. Sarah Links from Guadalupe. Big downpour here. Is it Bass Terre? We start getting into some of these names. I'll do the best that I can. And then again, all different governments, all different backgrounds, French, Dutch, English, you name it, there's a lot out there. So the pronunciation could change. Richard says, does it ever rain at Tobago? Well, I hear you, my friend. Hope you get some, but not a ton, right? And again, if you guys are just tuning in, we're tracking Jerry live together for us here on the Meteo Mundo channel. Now, this is going to be a little bit different live stream than normal. So let me touch on this, all right? I'm going to be live from time to time during this live stream. I'm not going to be on like 6, 7, 8 hours in a row, right? But I wanted to start this live stream coming together with you guys and discuss everything. But what I'm going to be doing is from time to time, I'll be taking breaks. But as you guys know, we have our radar system, we have our cameras. I put together a lot of different graphics for you guys. So I think it's a really informational, presentational thing for you guys, in between on when I'm live. And obviously the chat will be open. No reason to change the channel, if you will. It will be this live stream. I'm just going to take some breaks and then I'll be back on and, with updates through the remainder of the evening. So I'm not going to be on for 5, 6 hours in a row, just so you guys know. But we'll be continually covering you here with the live stream and all the other information that we have for you guys. And then I'll pop back on, answer your questions, look at the latest. And obviously, as things are going to be impactful for us here, going to keep you guys up to date. All right. But you have no need to go anywhere. This live stream is not going anywhere for the rest of the evening hours. And again, I appreciate all my friends in chat who are members of the channel. That is the green. That's how I know you guys are members. I appreciate those who are moderators of the channel. By the way, if you guys want to become members, just real quickly here, we have 2 membership tiers. And the thing I really want to point out now is that so many of you had asked me for so long, Rusty, I want to be a member, but I don't even have access because I have an iPhone or an iPad. Well, guess what? Memberships are now available on Apple devices, on iOS devices. So if you see the join button here during this live stream or on the homepage of Meteo Mundo, you can now become a member. 99 cents a month. You get access to the custom badges and emojis as our members of the channel have right now. And again, their names are in green. If you want to kick it up a notch, you can become a Team MM member for $2.99 a month. Custom badges and emojis. Basically, you get everything that the supporters get, but you also get access to exclusive member shorts. From time to time, I'll make short videos, in between these updates and in between these live streams with kind of my thoughts, behind the scenes looks. So I appreciate all of our friends who are members of the channel. Now, as we go along, I always want to hear from you guys as well, right? So if you're impacted by these storms, and hopefully not significantly, but if there's some weather in your area and you want to help tell the story in your area, take a picture, take a video very safely, either before the storm arrives or in a sheltered location or after the storm, and send it to me. And the easiest way to do that is mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And that email address is also on the description of the channel as well. But so many of you have as well. But obviously, as we get these storms through, to really kind of, bring home exactly what your area has been seeing, would love to hear from you guys in that way. Let's go back out to our St. Lucia camera, by the way, because I got to show this. Now, again, it's dark. That is number one. But when the storms begin to move over this area, I think we could get a light show from this camera. So we'll keep checking in with this camera from time to time. Yes, it is farther away from, the core, but I think it's still going to be a neat shot. This is the Soggy Dollar Bar, Joost Van Dyke, right? Now, again, is that a little bit of rain right now? They could be getting a shower at this point in time as well. We can take a look at the live radar in just a second. I mean, it looks like that for sure. Either that or they have a swarm of bugs. It's hard to tell, but I'm assuming, as great of a shot as that is, it might be a little bit of a shower there on Joost Van Dyke, and we appreciate our friends at the Soggy Dollar Bar allowing us to use their camera. Let's go back out to that, right? Now I've shown you those cameras. Now we got to look and see what's been happening here. So let me bring this back up full screen. And let's check in with our radar here out of Puerto Rico. I don't see much. Maybe. And Soggy Dollar Bar is on the southwest side of the island, so it's not out of the question. I have a little shower moving through the islands right now. It's spawny in nature, but got a little green on that map. Again, a little bit of rain on the western side of Puerto Rico right now. We've had some showers in the Dominican Republic. This is not association in general with Jerry, but it is a sign of things to come. And again, the radar does stretch out towards places like Anguilla and St. Martin and St. Bart's and some of the Leeward Islands. So we'll be able to monitor the situation with our live radar here in portions of the Leeward Islands as well. Hey, Amy, thank you for becoming a Team MM member. Upgrading, if you will, subscriber status. So thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out in the chat for Amy for jumping on up to the Team MM. Thank you very much for that. What is this 0 of 15? Oh, shout out to all of us who make our goal. All right, 15 yellow super chats. Let's do it. I like it. Moderators jumping in, making a goal, even without my knowledge. That's what I like. All right, so there is your goal. Shout out to all of us who make goals. 0 of 15. All right. 15 super chats. That would be fantastic. And I appreciate all you guys just tuning in. Again, thank you for spending part of your Thursday with me as we cover what's happening right now with Tropical Storm Jerry. All right. So again, Jerry has winds of 65 miles an hour. We're going to see impacts across the Lesser Antilles tonight, overnight, and through Friday, and that could extend into the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. All right. Let me jump back into the chat. Derek is in the house from Grand Turk. Eddie says calm in the BVI right now. Deborah from Antigua says it's calm right now. Hey, Justin, St. Martin. Again, yeah, you guys are under a tropical storm watch, I believe, or is it the warning? I apologize. Most of the time, my system has everything up. You guys are under the warning. I'll remember this now. Barbuda, Anguilla, because this changed as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Guadalupe got added. So Barbuda, Anguilla, again, it's not Antigua, but it is Barbuda, Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Bart's, and Guadalupe. So to answer your question, Justin, likely you guys are going to see tropical storm conditions overnight through early on Friday. Again, the definition of that is winds of over 39 miles an hour sustained. You're likely to see some higher gusts than that. And then the opportunity for some fresh winds to be arriving a little bit ahead of that. But we've already talked about the fact that I got to get this. Let me get my, I thought I had muted my phone before I came on, but apparently not. My kids are running around the front yard, setting off the ring alarm bell. Anyway, parent life. That's what I expect for you guys coming up. So it is going to take a few hours. but ultimately it will be going downhill. And again, back end of the storm. Let's be clear about this, right? It may not get really bad until the storm is right on top of you, or even the center has already passed you by. And it could be well to the south. So it is going to take some time in the Leeward Islands. I don't expect there to be imminently the weather just crashing downhill. But again, I wanted to come on early enough to get you guys prepared for the changes that I saw over the past 24 hours, because things have changed, right? The Hurricane Center has shifted the track much farther to the west, where much more direct impacts are expected. The system itself is in a different kind of elongated fashion. It was always sheared, but there's a lot deeper convection now, well farther to the south, and you can see what the impacts have brought down here. Again, Barbados, I keep harping on this, but the fact that they had a 56-mile-an-hour wind, and they're about 275 miles from the center of the circulation, gives you an idea of what could still be racing across all of the islands. And it likely is to kind of elongate itself in a north to south fashion right over the Lesser Antilles. So I would expect there to be impacts across all areas. May not be significant impacts for everyone, may be some beneficial rain, but ultimately I think a lot of folks are going to get too much wind and too much rain, and we got to watch out for flooding conditions. We got to watch out for the wind knocking some power out, right? And just how long that could last in a couple of spots. We don't really want any infrastructure damage, but when we're talking about winds that could be sustained close to 50 in a couple of spots and gusts that might hit 65, that concern comes along for the ride with Tropical Storm Jerry. Thank you, LZZ. Appreciate that. Is it Alicia? Antigua all quiet right now, just overcast. Appreciate that. Hey, Miguel, how are you? Esmina from St. Martin. Good to see you as well. Jamaica is in the house. Junette, Eric from Belize. Got my friends from all over the place. I appreciate all of my Meteo Mundo community coming to join me for this live stream, whether you are directly impacted or whether you guys are away from this storm. Obviously, you know, it's been a day, and I hope all of my friends in the Bahamas who were impacted by Imelda are doing good. Same situation for our friends in Bermuda as well. Looks like overall we've done pretty good. Now, places like New Providence got some significant flooding. I showed you that. So not everyone, but you know, let's try and avoid some of that activity here with this storm. But the fact that we have all of this lightning, and it is just getting more potent. If you guys live Guadeloupe, Antigua, this is beginning to get a little bit closer to you guys. Again, the storm is moving fast, west-northwest at 18. So from the eastern side of Guadeloupe now, right, to where we have the lightning, we're about 55 miles away, okay? You can see that in the distance. It's not out of the question. Now I'm all drawn all over the place. From Antigua, again, looking back down, a little bit farther away from that. And again, the interesting thing is the center's right here, right? Center's right about here. So about 50 miles away right now from Antigua, that's about it. And if I show you guys again the visible satellite imagery, there it is, an exposed low-level center. Sheared storm. And what do I mean by sheared? Let me see if I have it. You guys remember from my live streams last year, my orange rubber band? I have a orange rubber band. Is this it? I think this might be it. All right. If you guys remember my live streams from last year, I brought out this orange rubber band because I found it the simplest way to talk about a structure of a storm. The strongest storms, the strongest hurricanes are always going to be vertically stacked, right? That means that from the surface to the highest levels of the atmosphere, the parts of the storm are going to be stacked one on top of each other like a beautifully fine layered cake, all right? A storm like Jerry, the low-level center is way out here, and the upper level part of the storm is behind it fairly far back to the south and to the east. So instead of being vertically stacked, it's tilted, right? And the low-level winds are pushing this out, so the center is becoming exposed away from the deeper convection. It's not conducive, generally speaking, for a storm to hold on for that long or get stronger and better organized. When it fights shear like this, whether it's directional shear, that is winds changing directions, or speed shear, and that's winds of different speed with height, both of those can really help to rip apart a storm. Now, Jerry has been battling shear over the last 48 hours, but the Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft continue to find some pretty solid winds near the center of circulation. Again, 65-mile-an-hour winds at this point in time. So if the shear is relaxing a little bit, or if anything, some of the mid-level part of the storm is catching up with the low-level center, we could start to see a little reconsolidation here. And just the fact that we have much higher cloud tops, and again, on this IR imagery, you're looking at the higher cloud tops or the colder cloud tops, and that's the whites and the purples. With all that deep convection, it's not a great sign. Likely there is some kind of wind field beginning to develop there behind the low-level center, and then you still have this really broad area of storms that extends back down to the Windward Islands. So that's kind of the overall structure of Jerry. It's not a classic tropical storm. We are likely to get lucky and have the worst part of Jerry still stay just offshore of the Leeward Islands, but it is not a guarantee at this point in time, right? This track that you see from the Hurricane Center is not a guarantee. It's already shifted about 90 miles west throughout this Thursday. And could it continue to shift west tonight and overnight? It's a plausible scenario, just like I showed you with some of the models the last couple of videos. Dwayne is Antigua, calm, a bit cloudy. Appreciate that. Again, thanks for all of the updates, guys. First of all, again, it really helps me. But secondly, it gives you guys in the chat a great information, right? This is a fantastic community. Let's share what's been happening. Fiona, I think that's you, isn't it? How are you, Fiona? Let's get the hearts out for Fiona. $9.99. Super thanks. Fiona, thank you so much. Friend of the channel, friend of my Central Florida channel, moderator on both channels, always here, always a friendly face. So thank you very much, Fiona, for helping to support the channel in that way. I do appreciate you. And I hope you're doing well. There we go. Just trying to read more of your, Hey, John. My pleasure, John. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. Grenada is quiet. Good to hear. Thank you very much. Hey, George. St. Martin is in the house. Mr. JJ said there was a water spout in Tobago today. That is a plausible scenario, guys. You know, storms like this always have inherent rotation, so water spouts are not out of the question. And all a water spout is a tornado over water. Once it moves inland, it becomes a tornado. So rotating storms are absolutely possible given this scenario over the next 24 hours or so, even, again, down into the Windward Islands as well. Saturn asks, is St. Martin going to get direct impacts? What I will say is that St. Martin is under a tropical storm warning. So at some point in time, generally probably after midnight tonight, maybe even after daybreak tomorrow morning, depending on exactly where Jerry moves, you are likely to get tropical storm conditions. Those are winds of over 39 miles an hour. The extent of those winds and how long they last is a big question mark. Now, again, my system continues to update here some of the newer information. Let me be very clear as well. There are times that the models and the Hurricane Center and everyone has a really good idea of where these storms are going, especially in the short term. I've mentioned to you guys so many times in the last couple of years that overall the model's precision with track is much better than the model's precision with intensity, because they still can't handle how quickly these storms can really jump up in intensity, going from a tropical storm to a Cat 5 in 24 hours, right? Like Aaron did. Just an example. And obviously we have examples of Beryl and Helene and Milton from last year in those regards. But this is a storm where there is not consensus and agreement overall. I don't think I've shown you guys the spaghetti plots yet. This is another thing. So these are our tropical models that are running on the storm. And I'm just going to drop off everything else. Now, again, here's the center. Everyone has defined. Look how much more of our models, including the halves A and B, which, by the way, I know that these lines aren't labeled, but these are all of the local hurricane models, like the HAFS A, HAFS B, and all the iterations of those, and the HMON and the HWRF, so many of them, that the BAM model, all different kinds, trust me, if you will, as to where this is going. But the fact that in just about a 6-hour period, you have this kind of a spread is significant. You know, most storms, these spaghetti plots are really tight together. I mean, like this, if anything. But you do have some that go directly over Antigua and directly over St. Bart's and St. Martin and Anguilla. And you certainly have many more going over Barbuda right now. And then eventually just a closer brush to the islands that I just mentioned as well. So there is not a ton of consensus, relatively speaking, right? And this is why we got to really monitor this storm. And the easiest way to do that, guys, forget the models. Let's just use our brains. Let's just use our eyes and see what's happening structurally with this storm right now. When you get down to the nitty gritty in the next, and you know, the few hours before a storm arrives, it's really not just sitting here and going, oh my God, I got to go look at the newest model. No, just look at what's happening and figure it out. And what I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing a storm that has deeper convection. I'm seeing a storm that looks like it's beginning to really begin to kind of become more concentric near where that center was. There's certainly still a lot of shear out here, but I'm not a big fan of some of the trends that I've been seeing. And we can always keep a very vigilant eye as well with a couple of other things. I've already told you guys about the pressure, right? So we're going to want to look and see how the pressure is going to fall. And I know these are small numbers, but Antigua's pressure was 1,010, 1,007 right now, even went back up to 1,008. I know Guadalupe has one as well. So here's Guadalupe, 1,007. And they're beginning to start to see at least some of the extra clouds beginning to move in. So if you live on Guadalupe or Dominica or Martinique, your weather will go downhill shortly compared to areas to the north, right? And already, again, more thunderstorm activity just southeast of St. Lucia. Pressure's fine. Again, the core of the storm is not near you guys, but look at all this lightning coming back in, and this could easily pick back up some of those winds too. So Phantom is in Dominica and saying it's raining hard with the wind. So that's the first squall, if you will, moving into Dominica. Charles B., I do expect you to get more in St. Lucia for sure. Kenny asks, how long will this last over Antigua? I'm expecting things to linger deep into Friday. The winds will relax later on Friday, but the rain potential will still be there well into tomorrow. It'll improve on Saturday, but the surf and the sea conditions will remain elevated for the weekend ahead as well. Yes, Fiona, you tell them, girl. Hit that subscribe button for me right now. It's free. Of course it's free. And thank you for all those who are joining and tuning in. Again, have your notifications on. You know, when I go live, I was, working throughout the day, thinking about putting together a regular forecast video. Then I started looking at the trends this afternoon. I go, nope, this warrants a live stream. We got to go on live. We got to cover this live. We're going to have more direct impacts. Adrian says, in Antigua, a bit warm, but hoping nothing drastic for Barbuda. Absolutely, Adrian. Obviously, this is warm, moisture-laden air, right? So you're going to have temperatures and humidity values be pretty warm ahead of this. This is the dew points right now, right? Look at this air. Anything above 70 dew point-wise is considered to be humid air. You've got dew points right now through the Lesser Antilles, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, in the mid-upper 70s. I even saw a couple of 80s. That is outrageous. Was Dominica's, is that real? I mean, I've seen some high dew point values before. 100% humidity, 84 degrees with 84 degree dew point and a relative humidity of 100%. That's like breathing through a straw. There's a couple of friends who live on Dominica in the chat. Was it really that humid? I mean, here we have 88.77. Wow. I mean, if that's a true rating, now, that might be off. I mean, I've seen dew points in the lower 80s, but I don't know. That one might be a sensor error. But anyway, you get the idea. Now, again, I have our wind gusts on, right? And we have all of these sensors. The good news is that relatively speaking in the Leeward Islands and the Lesser Antilles in general, we actually have a lot of sensors. So we should be able to pick up these winds. But at this point in time, just like you guys are saying, we got nothing out there right now. It is going to be a few more hours for that to eventually emerge. I'm going to take this loop, and I'm just going to drop it down to like the last 3 hours. And again here, more and more lightning out of this too. We'll see how that plays out. Let me get back over to the live chat. Have a flight out of St. Martin tomorrow afternoon, St. Martin. Don't know about any flights, man. Always check in. I have no direct information, but with a potential tropical storm over the islands, I'm not sure how much, in and out flight traffic we're going to get. St. Kitts here, quiet, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Windy and Tobago. Barbados has some rain. A lot of my friends in Barbados are asking when is the worst or whatever. I mean, all I can say is that you're still in the area where we could continue to see deeper storms and convection develop. Now, hopefully it's quieter for you guys tonight, but tomorrow, could there be additional storms redeveloping in this area? It's not out of the question, right? You guys, again, 56-mile-an-hour winds at least in these spots. It's a problem. But hopefully a little bit quieter tonight. Now, where we are seeing a cluster of storms right now is over and just east of St. Lucia, just north of the St. Vincent area, east of Martinique and Dominica, and again, a good cluster of storms east of Guadeloupe. Everything is tracking to the west-northwest. So let's reset the scene for you guys. 7:08. Appreciate everyone tuning in. 5 o'clock advisory was the last from the Hurricane Center, and I always go back and check just to make sure that they haven't issued a special advisory here. Because remember, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are in and out of the storm right now. If they see something that piques their interest, wind change, something of interest, they will issue special advisories and alerts at this point in time. They're not going to wait and go, all right, we're not going to tell the public until 8 o'clock. No, they're going to fire off a special advisory. So always have to keep a vigilant eye on that. But as of the 5 o'clock full advisory, the winds were 65, the pressure was 1,001. It is still racing, relatively speaking, west-northwest at 18. It's a fast-moving storm. It was going 23 miles an hour yesterday. It's lost a little bit of forward speed, but not. Hurricane Center says it's, quote, 175 miles east-northeast of the northern Leeward Islands, but we know it's closer to places like Guadeloupe and Antigua at this point in time. Again, 285 kilometers. As far as the warnings and the watches. So, upgraded watches to warnings. This morning, Guadeloupe jumped under the warning a little bit earlier here today as well. Barbuda and Anguilla, tropical storm warning. St. Martin, tropical storm warning. St. Bart's, tropical storm warning. Same thing for Guadeloupe. It means tropical storm conditions are likely in your area, and that's defined of winds of over 39 miles an hour. Now, rainfall will come along with this as well. That's supposed to be around 2 to 4 inches, maybe locally up to 6 in a couple of spots. And then we have a tropical storm watch for Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius. It means tropical storm conditions are possible, but it's not a guarantee in those locations. The rainfall doesn't change across the islands. Again, it's widespread 2 to 4, locally up to 6, and that does include the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. Down the road, there could be some significant rain there as well. These are kind of, again, a lot of different governments trying to put all this together for you guys. Obviously, this changes very quickly. So always check in with your local government and your local officials for the latest advisories and watches and warnings in your area, and any information and any decisions that you need to make locally. They are going to be the ones who will give you the best guidance. I do my best to pass along official information, but we have a high surf warning for the British Virgin Islands, Anguilla, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis. Seas running around 9 to 13 feet, up to around 4 meters. There will be some more significant wave heights, certainly higher than that. potentially double that size in some locations. Surf heights are around 9 feet or about 2.7 meters as well. Breakers, water inundation, again, just dependent on the coast and the orientation. And obviously our islands are all completely different with that, but you guys know your local locations. That's why you're under a high surf warning. High surf advisory for Montserrat. We've got a flood watch and a high seas warning for St. Martin and Saint Martin. We have what's considered an orange wind and an orange wave alert for Guadeloupe. If you live on Guadeloupe, you know that, again, there's different terminology, right, across all the different governments here for the Lesser Antilles in general. So, an orange wind alert could be the high wind warning, if you will, in a couple of other areas, but that's what we have in Guadeloupe. We've got a flood watch for Dominica and Barbados, and then a flood advisory for St. Lucia. And again, most of the flood watches and advisories are talking about what I have mentioned, 2 to 4 inches of rain, locally up to 6. Abico, thank you very much. I appreciate you. $4.99. Super thanks. I do appreciate you helping to support the channel. Let's get the hearts out for Abico, everyone. And she has a question. And by the way, if you have a question, dropping in a super thanks is always a way to get my attention, and I'm happy to answer it. Says, hi, Rusty. Abby here, watching from St. Croix. Do you think it will continue to drift westward? Abby, here's what I will say. It's a plausible scenario that the storm will continue to track farther west than what the Hurricane Center has, right? Most times we have a really good idea about the tracks of these storms in the short term. This is one where there is more wiggle room, if you will, in the models. Now, as far as St. Croix goes, right? Christiansted area, St. Croix, all my friends there on the island, the most likely scenario is that the storm, even if it goes quote unquote farther west and on the western edge of our spaghetti plots here, the course should miss you to the east. But obviously, two things, Abby. First of all, if the storm gets closer to you, that means the stronger wind field will begin to get a little bit closer to the island. So then you would have at least the possibility of some tropical storm conditions. But as I have mentioned, the storm is so elongated in nature that even if the storm were to miss you to the north and to the east, it could pull along all of this deeper moisture that's currently in the Lesser Antilles and have it scrape over the Virgin Islands as well. So to answer your question, to the best of my ability right now as we look at this and all the information that I have, I don't expect the storm to go that far west. Or if it tries to, it will likely actually start to fall apart a bit as well. But the rain shield is so wide that we could certainly see more impactful squalls and some gusts in your area if that were to be the case, even if it were to kind of even move just west of Anguilla. So I hope I answered your question, Abico, and we'll be thinking about you guys. And obviously, look, if there are more impacts expected for other areas tomorrow, I'll be back on covering it with you guys. We'll talk more about potential coverage coming up here for the rest of this evening and overnight as well. But you guys know I got you covered. And if this storm wants to continue sliding off to the west, well, we'll cover it for you guys. Adani, and again, I hope I'm pronouncing everyone's name right. I hope I'm pronouncing your areas right. I apologize if I'm not. I'm reading these as fast as I can, so please bear with me, but I appreciate all of you jumping in the chat. St. Martin in the house, please just some rain. I hope so. Some of you have mentioned that you need some help with the rain totals. This is a storm that I think unfortunately comes with a little bit too much in the way of wind and the seas to just be beneficial. But for a couple of spots, we might get fortunate where we get a little bit more in the way of just some beneficial rain. Again, just look over the last hour. Look at that convection developing here deeper away. Again, the center of circulation is still to the north and to the west, but these thunderstorms aren't really moving much. I'll be very interested to see what the Hurricane Center wants to talk about with this, and how this might impact the overall structure of the storm. Again, we have our camera in St. Lucia. We might be able to get a couple of lightning strikes with that right now. Let's take a look at that, and I'll show you a couple of other graphics as well. So this is a live look to St. Lucia. Again, it's dark. We know that. We are looking to the west, so away from the storms, but I am expecting some thunderstorm activity to over on the island. So it's not out of the question that we actually get a little bit in the way of some activity here on this camera. And then for my friends in the Virgin Islands, this is the Soggy Dollar Bar on Joost Van Dyke. And again, looks like they might be having a little bit of rain, just a quick little shower moving through the area there, but we appreciate our friends at the Soggy Dollar Bar there in the British Virgin Islands, Joost Van Dyke, allowing us to use their camera. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much as well. Let me come back on camera and thank my friend Anthony Brown for a $9.99 super chat. Let's get the hearts out. Please very much for Anthony. Thank you so much for the support in the channel, my friend. Hope you're doing well. You got a specific question about the forecast, feel free to ask it. I'm happy to answer that. So thank you to Abico and Anthony, recent supporters of the channel, Fiona as well. Amy became a Team MM member. So appreciate all you guys finding out ways to help support the channel. We reinvest in the channel, as you guys know. Got a lot of exciting things coming up for you guys and how we're going to be able to cover your weather across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. So we're excited to do all of that for you. All right, let me get into some of the other things here. So we mentioned this. Again, these are, if people are asking, hey, when is it going to hit my area? This is directly from the Hurricane Center, and I have no reason to discount this timing at this point in time. Again, you know, you get down towards Dominique and Martinique and Guadeloupe, and starting right about now at the 8 o'clock hour, give it about another 45 minutes, that is when we could potentially start to see some tropical storm force winds. Now, they may not be sustained at 39 miles an hour, but we'll start to see some of those gusts begin to move in. And then just later tonight and overnight, those tropical storm force winds march north and west. Again, the weakest part of the storm is on the northwest side. So until the center or even behind the center moves into your area, the winds may not freshen up much. Again, this, I didn't come on because it was like, oh crap, imminently we're going to have tropical storm conditions in a lot of areas. This was to get you guys prepared for the changes that have occurred with Jerry over the last day and how there are more direct impacts expected for our area tonight and tomorrow morning. And then by 8 a.m., again, this is not, by the way, when the winds are moving away from you, this is when they will arrive. So Virgin Islands, just north of Anguilla, between 2 and 8 o'clock, all right? If we take a look at the probability of these winds, and again, this is what's the chance my area gets 39 mile an hour winds that are sustained or higher. This is a big difference from this time yesterday. We were at most at a 40 to a 50% chance in places like Barbuda and Antigua. And now we're in that, 80, 90%, nearly guaranteed for especially the Barbuda area here, where again, tonight, we're gonna start to see some winds pick up over 40 miles an hour. Could be sustained winds over 50, gusts that could potentially be even over 65. It's not out of the question. How close does that core get? How close do those 65 mile an hour sustained winds get to Barbuda? And then secondarily, how close do they get to Antigua? How close could they get to Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis? And then down the road, if it keeps tracking to the west of north, then you've got your next areas that could be more directly impacted, St. Martin and St. Bart's and Anguilla. Those are the areas that I'm most concerned about. Save St. Eustatius potentially, and on the back end of it, Guadeloupe, even back down towards Martinique. See here. Thank you, Farrah, for that. Anthony, my pleasure. And thank you for saying that as well. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your kind words. Boaters, mariners, anyone with interests along the coast. The other big issue is going to be the high surf and sea conditions, right? We already talked about those. We already talked about the 13, 15-foot wave heights, 4-meter plus wave heights. These are what's considered to be significant wave heights on this model. Now, again, this is the GFS model, so you're looking at a model that pulls a storm near the Lesser Antilles, but doesn't have the core right over the island, but it's really close. So you start to get wave heights of 10, 12, but even 16, 18, 20 feet that get near the islands. And your maximum wave heights are easily double that. That's a conservative estimate. Now, those would likely still be way offshore, but just to give you an idea that if we're seeing on this model, in this plot, significant wave heights of 18 to 20 feet, the maximum wave heights could be offshore 35 to 40 feet, all right? So you have a lot of water that's moving in. It's gonna try and pile up. Surf conditions are gonna be very, very rough. Surf in the Leeward Islands is expected to be around 9 feet on average, 2.7 meters, higher in some locations, obviously lower in some sheltered spots, but you get the idea. Exposed areas with Jerry potentially even deepening a little bit, dropping the pressure a little bit, and that can extend all the way back down again. Guadeloupe and Dominica and Martinique, and it's not going to shock me, St. Lucia. There's a lot of marine advisories right now for even Barbados, and this could pull into the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, Vieques and Culebra down the road as well. Don't have those as of yet from the Weather Service office in San Juan, but that is something I'll be keeping a close eye on. As a matter of fact, let me check in with that. I've got this tablet here. If you guys don't know, it's just off screen. So I can, let's see here. Just to make sure that they haven't done anything since I came on. No, just a small craft advisory still for the U.S. and British Virgin Islands, northern side of Puerto Rico. I'm sorry, for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, small craft advisory. Rib current statement out. That's about it, though, for right now. I mean, please don't try and go swimming in any of this. We've already talked about that. Again, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. You want to send me a picture or video. Potentially during the breaks, I might be able to pull some of that together. Even if you can't sit it till after the storm, I'd appreciate it. And again, one look again at the latest hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. So recon data is going to be coming at us fast and furious today because there are multiple airplanes investigating Jerry as we speak, right? The latest full recon data I had as I came on looked like this. Again, center of circulation right about here. Your strongest winds indicated by this chart here into the reds, into the purples, are all on the east or the southeast side of the storm. By far, the northern and western side, which is closest to the islands right now, has the weakest, lightest wind fields, right? It's a very lopsided storm even as of now. Now, could the structure be getting better minute by minute as we go deeper into this Thursday evening? Yes. But the last full recon data I had to show you guys still has an extremely lopsided storm, which is why, again, that if this structure holds together with Jerry, that you may not get the worst conditions until the center has even passed you by. So you might get a little bit of squalls and be like, oh, I'm good. And then the next thing you know, the back half of the storm smacks you. Certainly a plausible scenario, especially for the Leeward Islands. But again, deep moisture well south of there at this hour as well. All right. You got it, Fiona. Best thing for predictions here is to press the join button, select all notifications. It is free. Absolutely. Obviously, you guys are on YouTube. You know that subscriptions to channels like this are always absolutely free. If you want to become a member and support the channel that way, you can do so. Your names show up in green on the chat. You get access to custom badges and emojis. Just like Amy, if you want to kick it up a notch, you want to go to the Team MM. You also get access to exclusive member short videos, kind of my behind the scenes thoughts on different, it could be a regular daily thing where we talk about the storms, kind of giving you my thoughts behind the scenes. I appreciate all of those who have found ways to support the channel in that regard as well. Vicky asks, what is the percentage of rain for Grenada? Grenada overall probably is in that 50 to 60% chance for rain, at least through tomorrow, and then things should lighten up. It's hard to discuss exactly where this heavier rain is going to fall, but what I will say is for all of the Lesser Antilles, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico, your rain chances are pretty high. Doesn't mean everyone will get the significant rain, and there will still be many dry hours in locations in some spots. But the other thing that comes along for the ride with this is the opportunity for excessive rainfall, even down towards TNT. There could be locally heavy rains of a couple of inches here from time to time, Grenada included on that. But, we've got basically 100% chance for rain, central northern sides of the Lesser Antilles, a little bit farther to the south, will be a little bit more spotty in nature. And then down the road, I would expect rain chances to elevate again, Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. But it is very dependent on exactly where the center of Jerry wants to go. The farther west that it wants to head, it's going to pull the deeper moisture over more of our islands. Lightning there, lightning show in St. Lucia, Rodney Bay Marina. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. B. Charles. St. Kitts and Nevis, again, you know, tropical storm watch for you guys. Means tropical storm conditions are possible. I've got the wind gusts on right now. Again, I've got buoy data on, which is why you see the numbers out in the middle of the ocean. We have no wind so far. Everything is quiet, but south it is beginning to go downhill. And so likely late tonight in St. Kitts and Nevis, I want to be sure I got the right island. And then especially overnight is when you will see the worst weather that Jerry is going to bring you, right? At this point in time, it's at least a very close brush with the storm. And we'll see if the core goes through. Now, let me be clear. The 8 o'clock intermediate advisory coming from the Hurricane Center does not have a track update, all right? The track updates are every 6 hours. Is it possible that they could put out some kind of updated scenario because it's so close to the islands? Yes. But also, I'm pulling data from the U.S. Navy, and they actually do, in coordination with the Hurricane Center, track updates every 3 hours. So what you guys are going to see on my system coming up at 8 o'clock is actually going to be the update from the Navy side of the forecasting, but again, in conjunction with the Hurricane Center. Typically, you just kind of get the knowledge of what the Hurricane Center is going to do 3 hours from now with the intermediate update of the track on my system. So I'll be interested to see if we see just graphically a little bit more shift off towards the west. Obviously, we don't care to a degree exactly where the center goes because impacts are going to be felt in a much larger area anyway. And structurally, again, the storm just looks better right now. It just does. It looked worse than this at 1 o'clock. This is just 3 hours ago. And look how that has fired up. Look at how the blacks have expanded from that center. Look how we've had deeper convection in all of this lightning. And now you have these really cold cloud tops in these blacks that like extend, nearly 250 miles. It is still a sheared storm, but structurally, I think unfortunately this is trying to get its act together right before it moves over our area. Ken says it's getting windows in St. Kitts. I'm assuming that means windy. That darn autocorrect, right? Tanya in Antigua says it is raining there. You got it, Vicky, my pleasure. L Gang Channel, lightning strikes in St. Lucia South. Lancelot asked, how will this impact Antigua? Well, again, you know, Antigua is one of the spots that is going to be in the potential direct impacts. Tropical storm warning for Antigua means we're likely to see winds of over 39 miles an hour. Again, at this point in time, there's not a lot of wind. This is a thing that's developing. These are all the sensors I have available, right? So I'm just putting on temperatures so you guys can see. Now, we have wind, but my system does this very interestingly. It brings on these wind barbs, and I hate it, but there's nothing I can do about it, right? So to show you Antigua, your wind right now is out of the north still, right? Northwest, if I can bring that on right there. You haven't had anything in the way of a wind. You have one little barb here, which is going to show you winds of less than 10 miles an hour. Guadeloupe winds started northwest, but are quartering a little bit more out of the west. That's what that flag is showing you right there, that barb. But again, very light winds here. Winds are going to be less than 10 miles an hour in Guadeloupe as of the last update. So I do have access to the actual wind, but it's not a great graphical presentation, and I hope in coming updates with this system it gets better. Montserrat is going to have a north to northwest wind, and again, a little bit stronger, but less than 15. Anguilla has a northeast wind right now at 3. I mean, again, you want to talk about just paltry winds here. St. Lucia's winds have turned out of the south. Notice how that barb here is now pointing that way. So now you have a south wind to a southwest wind on the south side of the island. Martinique's winds are going to be out of the southwest at 10. Barbados has a brisker south wind, but same situation here. Oh, it popped on. There we go. Yeah, south at around 15. So typically speaking, north of the storm, you're going to have some kind of a northerly component to the wind. The winds will eventually turn off to the west, like Guadeloupe is doing right now. Again, Martinique has a southwest wind, and we'll go from there. Bob's your uncle. But at this point in time, no strong winds yet. Doing nothing for Jamaica in association with Jerry. Again, our friends in Jamaica are way, way away. This is a storm that is going to impact the Lesser Antilles, potentially the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, and then move up towards our friends in Bermuda, but will hopefully be staying away from Bermuda. And then that's wind and rain. And then a very large area of the Western Atlantic Basin, including the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, northern sides of Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, the Lesser Antilles, with significant wave and surf and sea conditions. Antigua is under a watch, not a warning, which I don't understand why we don't have an update. Antigua is under a watch, not a warning. Let me just double check something here. So the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, Antigua is under a watch. Now, Antigua and Barbuda's Met service, they coordinate with the Hurricane Center. I'm not sure if you're saying, hey, they should be, or they are. I'm always happy to check. Yeah, directly from the Antigua Barbuda Meteorological Service, it's still a warning for Barbuda and just a watch for Antigua. Now that could be upgraded, right? Look, this is an ongoing scenario and situation, and they're monitoring this as well. And again, they're coordinating with the Hurricane Center to issue the watches and the warnings. So that is absolutely plausible that we get additional upgrades to warnings based on what we're seeing right now. But at this point in time, Antigua is still just a watch. Giselle, not expecting anything more than just some passing showers for TNT. So time impacts, again, it's going to be not like this linear line moving through. I would expect in these areas, first of all, again, the farther south that you live, you're already beginning to get some of the impacts. Dominica, Martinique, even down to St. Lucia and St. Vincent. Now, they're not going to be as significant of impacts as areas to the north, but you're seeing the impacts first, okay? Then we come up here, and for Guadeloupe and Montserrat and Antigua and Barbuda, these are the areas that will likely start to see the weather go downhill before midnight tonight, right? Where we could have sustained tropical storm conditions in some of those areas, and then overnight through the daybreak hours of Friday, farther north. It is moving at 18 miles an hour. So if I pause this, in the center itself again, just to give you an idea, is actually located here. Remember, it's a very sheared storm. There's not a lot on the northwest side. So if we take this out at 18 miles an hour, so let's do some quick math here. 5 hours gets us 90 miles. So just going, again, it doesn't really matter exactly where, but just going out. So in 5 hours, 7:35, just after midnight, we'd expect the center to be somewhere here. Now again, is it here? Is it here somewhere? Is it over here? Still a big question, but right about here. So towards Anguilla, you're looking at the center, even at 18 miles an hour, not arriving for about 7-8 hours, right? So, 2-3 in the morning, let's just say something like that. But as I've mentioned many, many times, it's not just the center, it's also what's behind it. In general, most of the worst weather is behind the center. So now you're even deeper into the overnight hours and probably beyond daybreak, especially on the far north side of the Leeward Islands. It's hard to talk about exact timing in the islands because of how broad of a system and how ragged of a system it is in some regards. But a general sense would be at that forward speed that, we're going to really start to see things go downhill, overnight tonight, potentially holding on to some really bad weather the first half of Friday in some of these locations, again, with the worst part of the storm kind of lingering behind the actual center. So again, appreciate all my friends who have supported the channel. Want to make sure I didn't forget anyone. Brent and Abby and Fiona and Abico and Anthony, thank you so much. We got a poll question up. St. Martin under warning, and businesses are supposed to be closed by noon tomorrow. Non-essential government offices are closed tomorrow as well. Yes, indeed, Ava, St. Martin and St. Martin are under tropical storm warnings. I mean, tropical storm conditions are likely. And again, guys, just, look at what we got going on here. We got a storm that is trying to potentially do a little something gnarly just east of Guadalupe. All of that lightning I'm not a fan of. Now, does this get wrapped into the low-level center, which is likely still displaced to the north and to the west? We'll see. But on this water vapor imagery, you can see how the storm has really expanded that deep, rich tropical moisture, and it's become a lot more concentric now. Again, that's now about 250 miles out there as far as the deeper, richer convection as well. New level 35, nothing much new for St. Croix, no. Still too far away, but something to monitor with potential, squalls may be coming your way tomorrow. But right now, that the extent of the worst weather should stay off towards your east. Let's go over to our St. Lucia cam. Some of our friends in St. Lucia said it's been a light show. There you go. So again, it had a good lightning strike there. This is Corinth, St. Lucia. It's on kind of the northwest side of the island. It says on the west, but there is the lightning. And again, just good thunderstorm activity, even as far south as Barbados and St. Lucia today. Pockets of very heavy rain. So a good light show there in Corinth. Jabari wants to know about how long Barbados will get some rain. Well, I hope the worst weather for you guys is done for today, but I can't rule out additional showers and a few pockets of thunderstorms redeveloping tomorrow as well, even as Jerry pulls away from the southern side of the Lesser Antilles. There's a lot of rich tropical moisture in play, and so that is still a plausible scenario even tomorrow. But I really hope you guys don't get the storms like you had this afternoon with winds that were over 55 miles an hour. All right. Let's see here. Actually, well, we'll do that in a minute. Talking to myself. We've hit that part of the live stream. So again, if you guys are just tuning in, if I go back far enough in time to earlier this afternoon, look at the winds in the southern side of Barbados. If you want an idea of what could be coming your way, even well away from the center of Jerry, down in the Bridgetown area, they had a 55, I think even a 56 mile an hour wind there. There's the 56. This was at 3:05 this afternoon. 35 mile an hour wind, a 56 mile an hour gust. So those kinds of winds, as these storms are moving in, are not out of the question. And you can really see that lightning overtaking even the southern sides of St. Lucia right now. Far southeast side of St. Lucia, there's your light show. Hopefully not as strong those winds as what Barbados had earlier, but you get the idea. And how this area here is going to play out is a very interesting nugget. with all that deeper convection that has just developed in the last couple of hours. Really, this part of the storm, snap your finger, and it's gotten so much better organized. This was all past the last advisory from the Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock. So I am going to be interested to see. Now, they're not going to come out with a full discussion at 8 o'clock. They could put out an intermediate update. That is a possibility if they see something that they think the public really needs to know about. But it's not a guarantee that we're going to get some kind of big-winded update from the Hurricane Center at 8 o'clock. This could just be a position update. K-More32 says thunder and lightning in St. Vincent. Thank you for that. George Urban, schools are now closed in St. Martin. I think it's a good idea. You know, why take the young ones and get them out in what could be very, very squally conditions? Flooding is going to be a concern in all areas as well. Tomorrow is definitely a day that if you can stay inside in a safe place, that's fine. Obviously, if you guys live in these areas and you have kids, you know, have a calm, reassuring voice. Let them know that things are going to be okay, that you're monitoring the situation, and that, you know, you've got them covered, and that, you know, because you're keeping a close eye on things, you're going to be able to weather this storm as, you know, best as humanly possible. But obviously having that reassuring, calming voice for them is so important, because this storm will be hitting during the overnight hours. It can get a little bit scary for folks, and even the adults as well, right? You get a lot of noises outside with the wind, with these storms coming in, and you can't really see. So, you know, kids can be frightened in these situations. You just want to make sure that you are leading the charge and being calm and cool and collected, and not being the ones who are, you know, kind of kicking up the anxiety. That would be my suggestion as a parent. Dreambarrow asks if this could become a hurricane before it hits the islands. I'm not expecting it, but the winds are 65 miles an hour. So we're only 9 miles away from a hurricane. And also with this deeper convection now, again, it's off from the center, right? But this deeper convection, could that be a sign of some strengthening before the islands? Yes. So likely scenario is it's not, but it's not a guarantee. James Johnson, Bahamas is not in the path. Rough seas right now. Yeah, the seas are going to be a big issue. Hey, David, how are you? From Jamaica in the house. David, I always see your comments on every video, and I appreciate you tuning in and saying hi. Thank you so much for that. Gina asks, so quiet in the British Virgin Islands for now. A couple of localized showers and storms, but down the road, the Virgin Islands could be impacted mainly tomorrow, maybe even not till tomorrow night. Winds picking up there in Rodney Bay. Elgin Channel, St. Lucia getting cloudy with some lightning and thunderstorms. All right, appreciate all my friends jumping in the chat. Thanks again for hitting that like button. Thank you for subscribing. We'll go to the 8 o'clock update here, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do with our coverage from there. But I'm very interested and curious as to if the Hurricane Center wants to go with anything special here. And I am going to keep an eye out on the reconnaissance aircraft as well. And again, you know, will we potentially see a storm that is getting better organized with the wind fields on the western side? Good question. We know that there's a lot more lightning right now than what there was just a couple of hours ago, which again can be indicative of strengthening and of organization, and that the wind shear is relaxing a little bit and allowing that storm to get better organized. I remind you, by the way, too, that sea surface temperatures are still extremely high in these spots. Look at your sea surface temperatures here. St. Croix, 87. Our buoy here in the Eastern Caribbean, 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Unbelievable heat here. 87 degrees Fahrenheit, about 30 degrees Celsius. 85 degrees Fahrenheit is 29 degrees Celsius. But you get the idea that extremely warm water temperatures, heat content from the oceans is there. And if the wind shear relaxes even a little bit, it wouldn't shock me that we would get a strengthening storm. I'm hoping that that happens away from the islands to the north, But just based on the last couple of hours of our satellite data here, something is beginning to kind of crank up in the middle of that storm. Hopefully it's just some deeper convection and it's not associated with the low level winds and that it's not going to get pulled back into the storm. But again, unfortunately, we've lost the visible satellite imagery here with this time of the day. This is what we call the cloud top phase product. A little bit better idea of where the highest cloud tops are. Those whites are that. Notice as well that, you know, the lightning is not moving very much right now. The storm is still obviously moving north and west, but, you know, the lightning, since it developed at around 5:30, it has not spun much. A little bit more is getting closer to Guadalupe. A little bit more is getting closer to Dominica. Really, the storms have more forward speed right now down towards Martinique and St. Lucia. That's where we've had the storms been able to work their way far enough west to actually get over the islands. Vernie says rough seas in Dominica. Anguillans are in the house. Well, Gail, I don't expect the storm hopefully to directly hit St. Croix. I hope it stays east of you. But again, guys, let's be very clear about, you know, what we're talking about. We're talking about a storm that right now is bringing impacts hundreds of miles away from the center. So there is the talk of where is the center going in regards to track, and then there is the question of, you know, what kind of impacts could you see? If I go back over to the IR satellite imagery here, again, from north to south, it's over 500 miles of some impacts, right? Which is why I think all of the Lesser Antilles are going to continue to get it overnight. From east to west, more than 280 miles. So you don't have to be right over the center to get some impacts. Obviously, the most significant wind impacts are going to be near the center. That's where the 65-mile-an-hour winds are. That's the official 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center. We're going to get the 8 o'clock one momentarily. But again, keeping those core higher-end tropical storm force winds away from Barbuda, Antigua, and Guadeloupe, and eventually down the road, other areas of the Leeward Islands is going to be paramount. We'll see if that happens. I'm not a big fan of this west track. I'm not even a big fan of seeing this void and a little bit of the satellite data here, especially that frame. I think the storm is going under some structural changes as we speak. Barry says a lot of lightning, Christchurch, Barbados, and some rain. Hey, Renee, St. Croix is in the house. Good to see you. Sigma, we here Barbados are far from the center, but rain mostly all day, some slight squalls and drizzling. Yeah, you guys have had some 55+ mile-an-hour winds. Hi, Vibes Box, how you doing? Antigua, again, you know, what side of the island is that on, Vibe Box? Help me out with that. Obviously, if you are east-facing on Antigua or south-facing on the islands, and this is in general, because the storm is moving from southeast to northwest, right? All of this is pulling in this direction. So the eastern and the southern coast are likely to see the most direct wind impacts. The western sides of the islands are likely to see a little bit less wind. Now down the road, the north side of the islands could actually get some significant wave and surf actions as well. Remember, you've got counterclockwise winds around the storm. I believe I can show you guys those low-level winds. I believe this data does go out, and it does. So these are your surface winds right now. And colors do matter. The whites are going to be your 30+ mile-an-hour winds. You get into those pinks, your 40+. I'm sorry, your oranges, your 40+. So Again, right now, some of the onshore winds in the Leeward Islands are actually on the north side. And then you go south of the storm, and more than anything, the onshore winds are on the east or even the southern side of the island, even a little bit of a southwest flow. So it is island dependent, right? And it's time dependent as well. Ahead of the storm, it's going to be worse on the east northern side with the wind. Behind the storm, counterclockwise spin, winds turn back out of the south, and it's the southern shoreline that's likely to get the most. Again, down here in Barbados and St. Lucia and Martinique, their winds have already turned south and east. So you have a complete 180 wind direction difference from northern to the southern areas. All right. It's opposite facing Barbuda. Gotcha. Yeah, I think, you know, how I describe it is how I expect it to play out. But again, you know, the biggest question I have for places like Antigua and Barbuda are what are the wind impacts? Because now it looks like the core of this storm is getting closer. So now I think you have a more plausible scenario for direct tropical storm impacts, which is why you guys are under tropical storm warnings. But considering we're talking about pretty small island nations here, sometimes with a storm like Jerry, even if it's just a high-end tropical storm, the impacts are pretty uniform in a lot of spots. Localized heavy rain and flooding, localized, you know, surf and sea conditions, depending on the orientation of the coastline. But, you know, there's a lot of areas where it's kind of homogeneous, if you will, with it as well. St. Lucia, yeah, a lot of lightning in St. Lucia. Helen, I do expect to at least have the opportunity for a few more showers and storms in Barbados for tomorrow. I hope not the extensive rain that you had today with the wind. All right, Hurricane Center has still yet to put out the 8 o'clock Jerry update. We'll look at that together, by the way. I have the ability to pull that advisory directly onto my computer. So we'll sit and we'll wait for that. Notice that there are a couple of showers and storms developing out ahead of that. Again, this is very moisture-laden air that's elongating itself north to south. You don't have to be near the center to have impact for weather. Barbados will tell you that earlier. St. Lucia and Martinique will tell you that right now. Some gusty winds. Again, I have the wind data on here, so if we get any winds that are significant, they'll pop on. But at this point in time, it's more about the rain and the lightning so far. Thank you, Venuska. Hey, Marcus, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hi, VI Butterfly. Hope you are well today, my friend. And again, I really do appreciate you guys taking a part of your Thursday to join me for this live stream as we track Tropical Storm Jerry together. Please remember that the channel is sponsored by my friends here at Lean Law. I've got their tumbler. I've got my diet green tea. I'm trying to keep my whistle wet, if you will. And we'll continue our coverage. Antigua, a few passing showers, but now the wind's relatively quiet. Again, north and west of the storm right now, things are still fairly calm. That will change. All right. We have all of these polls going on too. You're welcome, Helen. Jen says, hello from Antigua Equestrian Center. Thanks for all the updates. Jen, we wish you and your equine friends the best. I'm sure you guys are well prepared for that. Horses do pretty well in stormy conditions. So hope everyone and everything goes well on your island. Thanks for giving us updates. Lots of lightning, Val says. St. Lucia, no rain or wind. Bengala from Trinidad. Yes, Seminar, I agree with you. Jerry is trying. I think we're getting a storm that's trying to organize itself in a very bad location, just east of our islands. Sigma Lion talking about the fact that this is bringing some cooling conditions. And that, look, if we're trying to find a little bit of silver lining in some spots, we're going to cool things off a little bit. We're going to get some areas that have needed some rain. Obviously, the concern is the more significant impacts in some spots. And unfortunately, Jerry is likely to bring that in some locations. But I get it. Like, it's not as if everyone is going to see just horrible impacts. There are A little bit of benefits with this. This is how storms like this go, right? We don't like to see the winds that can cause the damage and the rain that can cause the flooding, but in some spots you get just the rain that you need. As the essentials, yep. Look, again, the Hurricane Center's track from yesterday is 90 miles west of where it was right now, right? It's 90 miles west, and it's getting closer. And I'm waiting for this 8 o'clock advisory to come in. And they have still not done it. And I got to tell you something. Let me, through my years of doing this, I can tell you this right now. When the Hurricane Center doesn't issue their advisory much before the top of the hour, they are scrambling to do something, change something, put some wording in. Maybe there's been some changes to the watches and warnings, because when all is copacetic with their forecast, when everything looks like it's right on track, you can get that update not much after the half hour, meaning, you know, the 8 o'clock advisory can come out at 7:35, 7:40 at the latest if everything is just right on. Typically, when these advisories don't get issued until right at the 8 o'clock hour or the 11 o'clock hour or whenever, there is some potential change. Now, I don't want to jinx myself, but there you go. Okay, so we just got the intermediate advisory. I'm going to look at it real quick, and then we'll discuss what's happening. First thing I want to note is that there are no changes to the watches and warnings with this advisory, right? Tropical storm warning is still in effect for Barbuda and Anguilla, St. Bart's and St. Martin, San Martin, Guadeloupe, the adjacent islands around Guadeloupe, and then the tropical storm watch for Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius. Pressure is actually 1,006, because again, the center of the circulation of the storm is departing where the deepest convection is. They still have the winds at 65, and they have it now about 45 miles or 75 kilometers east of Barbuda. And again, it's this part of the storm where they have the center. But the most impactful weather is lagging behind the actual center to the south and to the east. And again, you know, let me just zoom in here real quickly. I just want to see what's going on with this lightning. You know, there's even just more lightning strikes than what we've had. And I want to be clear, I have the lightning filtered too. I've actually got the lightning filtered. That's not even the total amount of strikes. This is the total, this is the true number of strikes. That's the true number of strikes. I filter it because when we look at radar data, if you have a heavy thunderstorm and I don't have the lightning data filtered, you can't even see the radar. But that is how hot this part of the storm is right now. All right. More than likely, this has come up with the 8 o'clock bulletin. All right. So friends, we can read this together. And again, the headline from the Hurricane Center, let me just move this, make this a nice presentation for all of us. So again, the headline, Jerry passing just east of Barbuda this evening. Tropical storm warning remain in effect for portions of the northern Leeward Islands. So your center, if you guys like to do the latitude longitude thing, 17.5 north, 61.1 west. Again, 140 miles from the northern Leeward Islands, but about 45 miles or 75 kilometers from Barbuda. Maximum sustained winds are still 65 miles an hour. That's 100 kilometers. Present movement, west-northwest at 18. So we have not had a change in forward speed. The pressure has actually come up to 1,006. Again, no changes with the watches and warnings. The watches and the warnings that I've already mentioned are still in effect. Tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, and in this particular case, within 12 hours. Now, clearly, places like Antigua that could see tropical storm conditions, but Barbuda and then north will likely see those conditions deteriorate before 12 hours. Maybe as far north as Anguilla, it takes closer to 12, but likely within that 12-hour time frame. Tropical storm watch means tropical storm conditions are possible within those areas. They still continue to mention interest in the northern Leeward Islands, and the British and U.S. Virgin Islands should monitor the progress of Jerry. And then it just goes on to kind of talk about what's been happening here. So I haven't read this yet as well. So Jerry located, as we've already mentioned, 17.5 north, 61.1 west. Center of Jerry expected to pass near the northern Leeward Islands this evening. Maximum sustained winds near 65. A little change in strength is expected through tomorrow, but then slow strengthening is possible over the weekend. Again, tropical storm force winds extend up to 175 miles from the center, but I'm telling you right now, it's south and east. It is certainly not north and to the west. Again, rainfall, as we've talked about, 4 to 6 inches of rain expected across the island of Barbuda, elsewhere 2 to 4. This brings a risk of flash flooding, especially to urban areas. For portions of Puerto Rico, moisture associated with Jerry combined with local orographic effects may result in 2 to 4 inches of rain, with isolated up to 6. So you could even get some flooding rain as far west as Puerto Rico, and I would even put portions of the Dominican Republic, especially towards Punta Cana and the eastern sides of the island, as a possibility for some potential flooding rains, especially if Jerry wants to continue to kind of leak off towards the west. We've already mentioned the swells. I've given you more specific numbers than that, but the swells are going to be an issue as well. And we're going to get the next full advisory at 11 o'clock. So not a lot of change from the Hurricane Center here at the 8 o'clock advisory. Again, it's just the intermediate. The full advisory comes our way at 11. So that'll be the next full update. Let's go back over these watches and warnings and a couple of other things. I'm going to reset something real quick while we do that. So again, right now, you have a tropical storm warning, Barbuda, Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Bart's, Guadeloupe. Those are your tropical storm warnings. Your tropical storm watches, Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, St. Eustatius. As far as local impacts, and again, these are very much subject to change, depending on the track of Jerry, and your local government, your local officials will have the most updated information. But this is what I was able to kind of piece together through all those various platforms for you guys. The high surf warning for the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, 9 to 13 foot waves, 4 meters plus. Significant wave heights that could be double that. Surf around 9 feet. That is some significant surf, 2.7 meters. High surf advisory for Montserrat. The numbers for Montserrat just below what you're seeing in the high surf warning. For the high surf warning. So yeah, surf there, I believe, was around 5 to 7 feet for Montserrat. Got a flood watch and a high seas warning for St. Martin and St. Martin. Again, flooding scenarios across the island. Rapidly deteriorating surf and sea conditions across the island as well. What's called an orange wind and an orange wave alert for Guadeloupe. Again, just different names to the same kinds of wind and flooding advisories for a lot of these islands. You've got the flood watch for Dominica and Barbados and a flood advisory for St. Lucia. Basically, anywhere that you see the word flood, there is the opportunity that there could be some water inundation in your area. And what I mean by that is water piling up in areas that it shouldn't, especially in low-lying spots that could lead to some urban and street flooding, or maybe even some more widespread flooding that could cause some problems across some of the rural and low-lying areas as well. So a lot of folks were asking, hey, Rusty, when is this going to hit my area? Well, in a general sense, this is when the times of the tropical storm force winds could be moving into your area. Now, again, not a guarantee that this is exactly when these winds are going to be moving in, but it gives you an idea that ultimately the weather is just likely to go downhill deeper into this Thursday night, throughout the overnight hours and into the daybreak hours of Friday into the northern side of the Leeward Islands. So again, places like Antigua and Barbuda, the winds could freshen up to tropical storm conditions in the next couple of hours. You get a little bit farther off towards the north, and that could be a little bit deeper into the evening that we go. But still, there is likely to be some tropical storm conditions in these areas as we go overnight. And a lot of these areas will likely see those winds a little bit past midnight. As far as the chance for tropical storm sustained winds, again, 39 miles an hour or higher. Farther east that you live, the higher the chance, but these are much higher than yesterday. Again, if you're just tuning in, it has been a different track with Jerry, right? Jerry has moved farther west than what was anticipated yesterday, although I did mention the models that were farther west and that there wasn't a full consensus and that I was concerned about a closer approach, and that has borne out. So now you have more potential direct tropical storm impacts in these areas, especially Barbuda. Right, again, 80-90% chance of tropical storm winds. If there is an island that is likely to get sustained tropical storm conditions, it's Barbuda. But not far behind would be Antigua, portions of Guadeloupe, and then again down the road, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, Saba, St. Eustatius, 40 to 50% chance, Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Bart's, places like that. And a lot of that activity may not be picking up until a little bit deeper into the overnight hours and maybe even daybreak on Friday. So again, that's kind of the update from the 8 o'clock advisory. Let me go back full screen here. Just reset this a bit. I told you guys that my system has access to the Navy data with the updates. So you can see that the Navy has re-updated this. So again, the Hurricane Center does not put on a new track here that you can see, but the cone is from the Navy, right? That feed that I get there. And they work in conjunction with the Hurricane Center. But again, this is kind of an updated location and track from here. So we are still looking at likely the center to miss Barbuda to the east, but it is going to be a very close shave. However, right, look how widespread we have these showers and storms now, well north and to the east of the area. Don't go to sleep on me. So you get the idea here, right, that these storms are going to be lashing areas well to the south and to the west of where the center goes. Look at all the lightning in St. Lucia. Storms are beginning to move towards Martinique. They're marching west towards Guadeloupe and Antigua as well. Just a very different satellite presentation with this storm. And I know the Hurricane Center raised the pressure, which means it's a weaker storm, but man, is there some deep convection and kind of some troubling signs here with this storm in the last couple of hours. So I'm going to bring back on the wind gusts. So here's an idea for you. Again, Barbados had a 56 mile an hour wind gust earlier. Martinique getting into a little bit of some wind right now. Not a lot, but up to a 20 mile an hour wind. St. Lucia should start to see their winds freshen up. Dominica as well. Even down towards St. Vincent. Guadeloupe will be on the road to seeing some stronger winds in the next hour or so as well. I'm going to bring back on the buoy data too. So again, I have access to buoy data, Atlantic, Caribbean. Those are the numbers that you see in the offshore waters. But it is still quiet north and west. It's beginning to fall, go downhill in Guadeloupe, and it's coming for Antigua and Barbuda. But for right now, things are quiet. Now, if there was a last-minute prep you needed to do, now would certainly be the time to do it, right? What's interesting is that you don't have to prep farther south, but you're getting some good thunderstorm activity. But if you do live in the warning areas and you need to get something done last minute, there still is an opportunity right now to get that done. I know it's dark. You want to be very careful if you're outside and you have to do something, but we have not had the worst of the weather move through as of right now. Let's go back over to our camera here in St. Lucia. It's a pool at the bottom, by the way. But let's just see if we can catch some of this lightning. And then I'll get back over to the chat. Oh, hey, Abby, thanks again. Another $4.99 from Abby. Let's get the hearts out for Abby. Thank you very much. Husband and I are learning a lot from your videos. Well, that's awesome. Appreciate you and your husband tuning in. Part of what I do is educational, but for you guys to obviously have a clear understanding. And, you know, for those who have followed me the last couple of years, I hope that's the case, right? That each time we do this live stream, you guys hear me use some of the same terminology and some of the same explanations. And that's a little bit clearer for you guys, you know, each and every time that we meet up and we have to do something like this. But thank you so much, Abby, for that. I do appreciate it. All right, so not getting any lightning out of this one as of right now. Always just like to check in. Here's our Soggy Dollar bar cam. Joost Van Dyke. We'll see if we need to use this tomorrow a little bit more. It's not out of the question. Hey, Sir Dead of Life Better. How you doing, man? Hope things are well. Thank you for your $9.99 super thanks. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Sir Dead of Life Better is one of the big friends of the channel, always jumps on. Let's get the hearts out in chat for them as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yellow ZZ, 17.1, 16.3, always quiet, not even a slight breeze. Okay, thank you very much. It is, again, take the quiet weather while you get it, right? It is coming. With the heavy rain, the thunderstorm activity, it is going to be marching its way in. All right? Hey, Mr. Lead, how you doing? Well, part of what I want to do here in the short term is I want to dig into a couple of the other things here behind the scenes and look at structurally what might be happening with this storm, right? And again, there's the new, let's see if we got a new even track up there. No, that's going to be from the Hurricane Center. And again, when we look at the forecast models as of their last cycle run, there was still this split, right? Where some of the models, like I showed you yesterday, the half A, the half B, the HMON, the HWRF, are still more directly over the islands. Now, this is still just a center point. And I want to be very clear about that, we don't need to be focusing on this center considering how massive the heavy rain and winds are and how they're just continuing to expand. I mean, could this storm be blowing itself apart in some ways, meaning that the low-level center will continue to outrace all of the deeper convection? That's an also plausible scenario. I want to be clear about that, right? We don't really know exactly what's going on in the winds associated with all this lightning. We just know that there's a lot of deeper convection right now. But could the low-level center being pulled away from all of this, and then you're just left with this massive cluster of storms, squalls, and wind and heavy rain? It's a plausible scenario based on this. Doesn't necessarily mean that this all has to come and wrap back around the center. If the center is so far north and west from all of this deeper convection, the low level part of the storm could just continue to outrace all of this, and it kind of just shears itself apart, but you're still left with a lot of impacts. Again, the Hurricane Center raised the pressure. They didn't lower it, so it's a sign of a storm maybe being a little bit weaker at where the actual core is, which is very much on the northwest side and is still exposed in those areas. Hi, Rhea, how you doing? Good to see you. Hi, Sabrina, hope you're doing well. Florida in the house. Hi, Rena, how are you today as well? St. Lucia, thunder and lightning there, no rain yet. Yeah, could be a lot of lightning strikes in some of the islands. Some of it could be prolific rainfall. Some of it just could be some noisy thunderstorms in the distance as well. An island like Martinique is getting covered up right now with some good lightning and thunderstorms and some heavier rain. And this is all just kind of spreading off towards the west at this point in time. Oh, hey, Rhea, thank you so much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea as well. I appreciate everyone. So again, recently, Sir Dead of Life Better with 2. Going to Jamaica in a few days to see the family. Well, enjoy your trip. I'll keep you updated on the weather there in Jamaica. We've had some good thunderstorms the last several afternoons in Jamaica. It's been wetter. Of course, Jamaica way away from any impacts from Jerry, but I appreciate that, Sir Dead of Life Better. Thank you for both of your super chats. Thank you, Rhea, as always. I appreciate you. Abico, Anthony, Fiona, and Amy, and Brent, all of the friends of the channel who supported ways. And again, it's very simple, small payback is to hit that like button for me, right? And to subscribe to the channel. Both of those things help the channel out more than you think. And the reason why that helps the channel out is because if you like it, if you subscribe, and if you guys interact with me on the chat, the YouTube algorithm says, hey, if the people who are watching the channel like it enough to hit the like button and to interact and subscribe, we're going to suggest this to others who don't even know the channel exists. And that's always like the hardest part of growing a YouTube channel, is just getting your name out there, if you will, to others who don't even know you exist. Because I'm sure there are some folks who are joining us in this live chat today that this is their first time ever watching the channel. And we welcome all of our new friends and all of our new subscribers as well. But that's how this goes on the digital platform. Just getting in more eyes. Sharing this channel with your family and friends is also another great way to help spread the word, and I appreciate all those who do that as well. When we'll reach Barbados, it is moving away from Barbados yet you had some of the strongest winds today, over 50 miles an hour. You just got caught up in some of the deep convection on the south side of the storm. Okay, let's talk about coverage, right? So this is a storm that is going to bear watch for the rest of the evening hours. Here's what's going to happen, all right? I'm going to take a break from being live, but you guys don't have to go anywhere, right? We have all of this radar system running. I've got all the graphics lined up and ready for you guys to go. So I'm going to basically just go off camera. We'll put on some fantastic music, as you guys know, and I'm going to run the system. I will be back, and we're going to have a ticker running at the bottom with all the information as well. I'll even put in when I'm going to come back on live. A couple of things I want to do. I need to get a quick snack, but I also want to easy for me to say, deep dive into what's happening with this storm. I want to look behind the scenes at a couple of different models and a couple of different things that's hard for me to do while I'm tracking this with you guys live. Because then I'm going to come back on, right? And we're going to talk more about this storm, and I'm going to give you some of the updates that I've been seeing, probably load in some new graphics as well. So just kind of a way to reset a few things behind the scenes and to get a better understanding of what's really happening structurally with this storm. But again, you guys have to go absolutely nowhere. The chat is open as well. Feel free to continue to comment. I might even jump in from time to time if there's something that I see as well. So that's what's going to be happening in the next short term. And again, I'll even put in that ticker exactly when I'll be back on. But I will be back on live covering this storm. All right. So stick around, my friends. I'm going to go ahead and put this into our looping mode. Even while I'm still on, I'll get this fully set up before I go anywhere. Yes, thanks for all the hearts, by the way. I'm not going anywhere. Just going to take a quick break. All right. So let's do this here. I think the easiest way to do it is I'm going to come here. It's going to go black for a second, but bear with me. I'm going to bring up the ticker. I'm going to now take myself off camera. I'm going to bring up our background music. I'm about ready to mute my mic. I will see you guys very shortly, my friends. Okay, I should be back on, but considering I'm doing this on the fly, if my friends in the chat and our moderators could just let me know, A, you can see my ready for TV and digital weather face, and B, you can hear me, I would appreciate that. You guys should be able to hear me. You guys should be able to see me. And once I have confirmation of that, we'll move on. Hope everyone's doing well. We'll get right back into the coverage here. And saw that you guys had some questions. Happy to answer that as well. Thank you, Farah. A couple of buttons I had to switch, but we're good to go. Have a little bit of coffee. It's going to be one of them nights. But obviously, and you know what, I got to open up the cup too. All right. So, reset a couple things behind the scenes. Took a look at a couple of things I want to talk to you guys about as well. Now, obviously, you saw the live radar was still streaming, and I was looking at some of the information that was available just to try and get an idea of what this structure looks like right now. This is a very interesting storm that is changing almost minute by minute here. The core of the storm is still here. Okay, so it is very close to Barbuda at this point in time. That's where the center of circulation is, guys. The center of circulation is still going to be to the south, or excuse me, to the north and to the west of where all of the deep convection is. So if I bring on what we call our spatial tool here, just to kind of give you an idea, again, from Barbuda, we are basically, the center is just about 30 plus miles away. The 8 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center had it 45. Remember, it's moving about 18 miles an hour. It's not moving directly towards Barbuda, but it's getting closer. And we're beginning to start to see a little bit of the weather come down. Now, some of you guys in the chat, and I'll go back and read over some of the newer things that you guys have put in the chat, is that, you know, the weather is beginning to go downhill. Now, that being said, I still have the wind gusts on here, and we've really yet to see the winds freshen up as of yet. And all of this thunderstorm activity is still basically situated over the western side of the island here as well, right? I mean, excuse me, still in the western periphery of the storm, but it hasn't really moved much. It's not going on. Now, of note, what is something else that I've seen in the last couple of frames? Look with me, guys. There's a little bit of lightning developing closer to the actual low-level center. Again, this is a storm that is very sheared, and what that means is that the low-level center has raced out ahead of all of the mid-level and upper-level winds in the deepest convection. So the storm is very tilted right now at the lower levels on the northwest side of the storm, back to the mid and the upper levels, the farther south and east that you go, and that's where we've had the biggest cluster of lightning and thunderstorm activity as we've gone into this Thursday evening. It's beginning to encroach Guadalupe. We're going to freshen up the winds. We're going to freshen up the rainfall in this area as well. And these storms have spread south and west towards Dominica and Martinique. It has been a light show over St. Lucia, even trying to get a couple of lightning strikes near St. Vincent. And again, earlier today, Barbados, more than 275 miles from the center of Jerry, had winds of over 55 miles an hour. So it's not just one point, my friends. It is certainly a large area here as this storm, again, the structure of this has just so changed. We'll look at the new recon data as well. I pulled the latest from the hurricane hunters just before I came back on. We'll see if it tells any different story for us here. But again, if you live in Antigua, Barbuda, we'll start to see the weather deteriorate late this evening, early overnight. It will be past midnight beyond that. St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Eustatius, Saba, St. Bart, St. Martin, Anguilla, whatever you end up getting from Jerry, the worst of that weather is likely to not occur until after the midnight hour. Let's go back over some of the information. We'll just kind of reset things. Again, if you guys are just we'll say we're resetting the whole thing for us here now. Updated the 8 o'clock numbers, not a lot of change. The pressure actually came up, again, because there wasn't a lot of deep convection near that center, and the hurricane hunters were having a really hard time finding any lower pressures than about 1,006. So that's where they set the number, but the winds are still 65 miles an hour sustained. We're still just 9 miles away from a hurricane as of the 8 o'clock advisory. Still moving very quickly off to the west-northwest at 18. And again, the center as of 8 o'clock was about 45 miles to the east of Barbuda. Still have the same watches and warnings, tropical storm warnings that affect for Barbuda and Anguilla, St. Martin and St. Bart's and Guadeloupe. That means winds sustained of at least 39 miles an hour are likely in those areas. And again, some of that beginning to occur late tonight, and a lot of that will not be developing until early tomorrow morning. Tropical storm watch for Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Ceiba, and St. Eustatius. Again, you have the opportunity for tropical storm conditions, but it's not necessarily a guarantee. Some of the warnings that we've gone over in regards to high surf warnings, surf advisories, flood watches, and high seas warnings for St. Martin and St. Martin, the orange alert for wind and waves in Guadeloupe, the flood watch for Dominica, and the flood advisory for St. Lucia, Barbados also under the flood watch. Again, this can change, and potentially it might have already changed already. That's why it's always your responsibility to check in with your local government and your local officials for these timely local impacts. But I wanted to give you a snapshot of some of the impacts that are expected in the Lesser Antilles, all the way as far south as the Barbados and St. Lucia areas. And if you live in the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, outside of the BVI being under a high surf warning, nothing more right now than a rip current advisory and a small craft advisory. But again, if Jerry's core gets a little bit closer, we could see the opportunity for some flood advisories issued and maybe some high surf and sea conditions as well. Even without that being official, the Hurricane Center is still talking about 2 to 4 and locally up to 6 inches of rain, even as far west as Puerto Rico with this storm. And again, time of arrival of tropical storm force conditions likely to just continue to go downhill during the overnight hours, potentially again as far west as Vieques and Culebra and all of the Virgin Islands. And again, we had even stronger winds south of that ring down towards Barbados. When you look at the wind speed probabilities, basically a guarantee you get tropical storm conditions at least over Barbuda. Antigua is in the very high range as well, eastern sides of Guadeloupe. And then again, a little bit farther north and west, you're at least in a moderate to moderate high chance. That legend on the bottom of your screen is in percentile. So you get into those yellows and those mustard and orange colors, you're 50, 60, 70, even close to 80% chance for an opportunity there. Winds, waves, all going to be a big issue for us here. I got my coffee. I'm going to be taking a sip from time to time. I hope you don't mind. You can clearly see, again, significant waves are coming. They're already on a lot of the coastline, but those will be building waves. Again, significant wave heights, 15 to 20 feet, but could be double that for maximum. Surf height conditions could be over 9 feet or 2.7 meters in some spots. Small craft obviously need to be in safe harbor and in sheltered locations. And even, larger sailboats and other interests just really need to be in their safe place at this point in time, letting Jerry pass you by. But significant swells are possible, especially right now on the northern sides of the islands, and as Jerry pulls away, that could slink back down to the western sides as well. Let's move on to this. This is the latest recon data from Jerry. So just pulled this right before I came back on. Now, this reconnaissance aircraft has just basically begun to investigate the storm. They've only made a couple of their slices so far, so this recon mission is in progress, okay? And we can actually hopefully look at that live on my weather system. But notice again, right now they only found 1,007 millibar low, but they have several more passes to find maybe a little bit lower. If you look at the visible satellite or the infrared satellite at this point in time, imagery, they are on the far northwest side, right? So this is Antigua, this is Barbuda, so they are right to the east of those islands, and that's where they're trying to find the center on, again, the far northwest side, and they are picking up some maximum winds here a little bit farther up towards the north and to the east. And again, higher winds here, 55, 60 knots. So still a lopsided storm, but there is better wind north and east of the center than the last time they went through, where all the strongest winds were east or south and east of the center. So can some of that strong wind begin to wrap back onto the northwest side of the storm? We'll have to see how that plays out. Now, I told you guys to send me in your pictures and videos. This is from Roger. He sent it in. He said, before the storm here in St. Martin, what a gorgeous shot, right? Take a look at that red sky at night. Now, typically they say red sky at night, sailor's delight, but that's not before a tropical storm is moving in, right? Because it'll probably be a red sky in the morning as well. Appreciate Roger sending in that photo. And again, the easiest way for you guys to do that is mymeteomundo@gmail.com. I've got the memberships up, so again, thank you for all of our members. You want to support the channel in that way, supporter tier, Team MM. It's now available on Apple devices, iOS devices. That, my friends, is the join button that you guys see. All right, so that's the latest. I know we got a goal as well. So we're going to do a goal for the next 2 hours or so, and it's going to be shout out everyone who helps us meet this goal. Okay, so appreciate all of that. If we can get 10 people who can meet that goal, we're going to do a big shout out to all of those. So I appreciate those who are going to help support the channel in that way. Just a fun little way to bring up the interaction with the channel as well. These nice little goals. And all of my friends who have found ways to support the channel via the super thanks, the super chat, the super stickers. There are links to the description of the video below if you want to support via PayPal or Venmo. And the simplest and easiest way is just to click that like button for me, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you guys haven't as of yet. I really thoroughly appreciate all of that. Okay, great to see everyone. I think we've reset the scene. Again, my take on this is, you know, we don't have the highest res data available here to be able to pull kind of the hourlies here, but looking at the structure, looking at the recon data and a little bit of the model data behind the scenes, you know, the storm itself, I think, is still, the structure of it, even though we've had a lot of lightning, is still very sheared, right? Do you notice that the deeper convection is moving even in a kind of west-southwest fashion? So it's not trying to come along with where the center is, located much closer to Barbuda. There is a little bit of lightning developing, and that's indicative of the stronger winds that the hurricane hunters have found east and even northeast of the center of circulation. But I don't believe it's as if we're going to get a secondary or broader mid-level low to try and form here and to basically consolidate the two areas. I think we're still too sheared and too far away, but significant thunderstorm activity is likely to creep into Guadeloupe and eventually northern sides of Dominica, potentially Montserrat and Antigua. But the main game is still going to be where the center is and as it tracks to the north and to the west. Again, ahead of it, there's not a lot of wind. I've already mentioned in these areas, it's going to be after midnight tonight for us to have the opportunity to see the weather really go downhill with whatever is the main issue that this storm is going to bring your area. Probably not until after midnight, and in some spots even beyond. Now, the track from the hurricane center is still just east of Barbuda and east of places like Anguilla and St. Kitts and Nevis and Sabin, St. Eustatius and those areas as well. We'll see how this plays out. There is still some give in the models. Let's take a look at those spaghetti plots. And again, this has been updated, right? So now we have, again, the new information from the feed that I get from the Navy. And so we're able to see. Now that the center is as far north in latitude as Barbuda, you're starting to see there'll be a little bit more consolidation. And now it's like, okay, this storm didn't cut south of Barbuda, so it's not likely to go directly towards St. Martin and Anguilla, but the western periphery of these spaghetti plots are still razor thin close. So if we look at the far western periphery of these models, these spaghetti plots, we're basically onshore Anguilla, 12, 15 miles, 30, and even the cluster is still 40 to 50 miles. So there's not nearly as much buffer here, where it's my belief that there is still a possibility that the core winds, right, brush eastern Barbuda or potentially get very close to St. Martin, St. Martin, and Anguilla. The most likely scenario is that it stays just to the east, but that is not out of the question with the west deviation that we've seen all day long. Now again, that's the center, right? Where's the worst weather right now? It's absolutely nowhere near the center. It is, what, about 100 plus miles south? And that's the other story that I want to make sure that you guys fully understand during the live stream, is that obviously we're not just looking at one focal point. Look how broad the storms are across the Lesser Antilles and how sweeping and wide range that they're going to be. So we're going to get the opportunity for some really gusty winds, some potential damaging winds, at least as far south as Martinique and St. Lucia. Barbados already had it earlier today, more concentrated farther north that you go, but that opportunity will be there. The 2 to 4 inches of rain, the locally up to 6, locally up to 150 millimeters. So flash flooding is a concern. Obviously, the winds and knocking out power is another big issue. And then the extremely high surf and sea conditions that come along for the ride as well. Again, seas 10 to 14 feet, I believe. Surf conditions right around 9 feet in a lot of the areas of the northern Leeward Islands. All right, so recap. There we go. Fiona, I love you. You know I do. Let's jump back in. I'll pick it up here. Rena says it's raining in St. Lucia, but not strong. Okay, this is from when I'm back. Hey, St. Martin. Jojoc M? Jojoc M? Jojo Kim. I got it eventually. Just had to sound it out. Got you, Jojo Kim. St. Martin is in the house. Antigua, good to see you. So far, no inactivity. Yep, 9 more to go. 9 more to go. Ugh for St. Martin, absolutely. St. Lucia is flooding right now. Okay, so again, thank you, L Gang Channel, and I appreciate all of that information. It helps to tell the story, pass it along to myself and others. So you've had significant thunderstorm activity develop in St. Lucia with this tropical moisture well south of Jerry. And look what it's doing right now. I mean, look at that lightning count, guys. 300 lightning strikes in just the last 15 minutes. And that's not even the highest count. If I pause this real quick, I mean, we had some thunderstorms just north of there, but look at that lightning count. That is significant. What a lightning show. Now, our camera is like right here looking west. I imagine we're still going to pick up a little bit of that lightning. I know you guys were watching it while I was taking a break. Let's bring up the St. Lucia camera here. Of course, I just got to find it. So again, this is live. Now, again, it might go black. Power is an issue. We talked about that. It looks like it did. It's all right. It has been coming on and off. That's part of the deal that we deal with. I'll check on it again for you guys. But you understand why, right? Significant thunderstorms there. And again, the flooding. Now, is it soufriere? I don't know how to pronounce that in St. Lucia. I can try and do my best. Again, I speak Italian. I know some Spanish. I'll try and mix in everything. Soufriere? Sounds good to me. I'm going to assume ERE is ere. You know, and I can roll my R's. Anyone who says I can't. And the word I use is Barranquitas in Puerto Rico because I speak Italian. So it's not about rolling the R's. All right. Absolutely it is, Fiona. Great to get reports. Michael, it's not an eye wall replacement cycle because there's no eye. It's a tropical storm. It has not cleared out the inner core to form an eye. Typically, you begin to see the potential development of an eye wall when it hits Cat 1 strength. So this is just some deeper convection well away from the actual center. And again, if we were going to get an actual, clearing out in a deepening of the lowering of the pressure and the strengthening of the wind fields, it would have to occur closer to here. Otherwise, this is just kind of a piece of the energy in association with the storm. But it has clearly just spread, right? I mean, the mid and upper level part of the storm left behind by the low level center, which has raced to the north and to the west, has clearly put the brakes on and is just beginning to expand out. And so I gotta be honest, one of the other things, if this is the overall structure and the scenario of how this plays out, now I get more concerned about flooding rain in places like Guadeloupe, Dominique and Martinique, St. Lucia, even portions of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, potentially that far south, because now this activity is barely moving, right? And that's going to be a problem. If this is not going west-northwest at 18 with the low-level center, and this is just sitting here and it's like a wet sponge, very concerned now about some of the higher potential rainfall in these areas. Hi, Ivan. Panama in the house. Cancun, not going to cover much of Cancun's weather in this live stream because we're covering Jerry in the Eastern Caribbean, but overall you guys are doing pretty good. Obviously, picking up tomorrow with the normal video updates, I cover all of the Caribbean and the Bahamas. Hey, Charles, how you doing? It's my pleasure. St. Martin, quiet for now. Yeah, no eye. No eye as of yet. Hopefully not either. This is forecast to stay a tropical storm. But again, the structure is a very complex one. Now, I say it stays a tropical storm through the islands and is expected to become a hurricane as it gets closer to Bermuda, but it is right now forecast to recurve east of Bermuda, a la Aaron, no, a la, oh geez, what was that storm? Now they're all beginning to run together. All of that storm that missed just off to the east, we didn't have to worry about it. Have to go back and look. Because now we got Umberto and Imelda, and all of those are all mixed together now. Hey, Kingsley, Guadalupe in the house. How are you guys doing in Guadalupe, by the way? Please let me know. Has it begun to really take a bite yet, or is it still okay? Hey, St. Lucia, Vernie from Dominica, Sweet Ambition, Anguilla. Says quiet for now. Hey, Johan, how you doing? Hi, Michael. Gusty winds in Grenada from the south. Absolutely. Yep. If you are south of this storm, generally speaking, you're going to have south winds pulling back into it. I can show you guys that right here. This is going to be kind of the broad wind field, right? The overall broad structure. Little bit of an east component to most of this activity, but a lot of those winds will have a bit of a south component as well. Now, within the thunderstorms, the wind fields are all going to be discombobulated and moving in a very localized fashion. But in general, obviously, we've got ourselves a tropical system, so you're going to have the counterclockwise winds spinning around it, which means you live up north and west of the storm, you're still going to have a bit of a northerly component to the wind, certainly an easterly component as well. But you can start to see some of the higher cloud tops beginning to eke in towards Antigua and Barbuda. Oh, Jay Carolyn, I don't know. The French is a language I have yet to study, and I don't know how I would bring out the French pronunciation. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself or you know, disparage any areas. I'll have to learn how to pronounce that. EJ says rain has just started in the southeastern part of Dominica with some strong winds. Yeah, the weather is beginning to go downhill in those areas. No doubt about it. Dream says it's all good in St. Kitts so far. Yep. Worse is still to come. It's going to take a while. Again, let me be clear. For those areas north of this storm, your worst weather is not likely to arrive until well after midnight. This is going to be an overnight storm. It's not great as far as timing goes. Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of anxious folks going to be up, keeping an eye on exactly what's going to be happening here. A couple of things. First of all, it's going to be noisy. It's going to be very windy with some lashing rains, and obviously being dark, you can't see much out. You're just going to have to prepare for that. But stay in a safe, sheltered place. Obviously, don't go roaming out and about, especially in the dark, as water can really pile up very quickly with a storm like this. If you have children, be reassuring, let them know that things are going to be okay, be the kind of the leading calm voice in your family, and just let them know that you are very well aware of what's happening because you've been monitoring the situation, you've been watching me here at Meteo Mundo and, you know, keeping you guys up to date with the latest conditions, that there will be some noises, right? And, you know, but that is expected and it's anticipated, and everyone will get through it, and hopefully everyone will get through it without any major issues. But again, timing-wise, this is going to be overnight. Now, there will still be some rough weather by daybreak tomorrow. And again, as far and as elongated as the structure of the system is, there could be copious amounts of heavy rain even deep into our Friday throughout a lot of the Lesser Antilles, even down into the Windward Islands. You're welcome, Etienne. Hey, Tammy, East Coast of North Carolina in the house. Val wants to know what time we can expect Jerry to leave St. Lucia. So again, the core of the storm is one time frame. It'll be moving through the St. Lucia area here, you know, relatively, the core is well to the north is what I'm trying to say. The lingering storms could be with you in an on and off fashion through the majority of Friday. It's going to be spottier in nature overall tomorrow with the heavier rain as the low-level center of Jerry pulls away, but it is going to leave behind deep moisture, and with south winds, like you guys are seeing, there's just a really solid moisture transport south to north, just happens to be right over, you know, the longitude here of the Lesser Antilles and just kind of streaming up right into the southern part of the center of circulation. So it could be very wet. I can show you guys real quickly here our model. We haven't done this in a little while as well. So again, a really short loop here. Let's see, let me bring this to, we'll start it right about now. And I'm just gonna bring it to tomorrow night. Again, we don't need to get crazy. And let me bring on your model time frame so you guys can follow along. Hi, I'm a star, quiet and calm in Antigua. Thank you for letting me know. I wish I could say it's going to stay that way, but you might have a little bit more time before it starts to go downhill. Grenada has nothing. There you go. Again, if you do want a super chat, that pops up. It gives me a notification. I'm happy to answer those super chat questions in a kind of a priority order, if you will. Again, just another way to support the channel, and I appreciate all those who did. We do have a goal of 10 here. Shout outs to everyone who does meet that goal. One of our moderators wanted me to do a dance, but then I thought we might lose viewers if I did that. So I figured that probably wasn't the best idea, but I do appreciate everyone. Yeah, it's very interesting. So it says, so chill in Guadalupe right now, just lightning. Again, kind of like just everything is just hovering right along the coast. But then you have St. Lucia where they have significant flooding going right now. And Barbados had some 55+ mile-an-hour winds yesterday, or excuse me, earlier this afternoon. So it is still very island dependent, right? No doubt about it. All right. This is just the reflectivity. This is what we expect rainfall wise through tomorrow evening. So clearly here, and we'll go back up to the beginning of the loop. So the storm just continues. Again, the heaviest rain south of the center, which is moving up into the northern Leeward Islands overnight. And then we pull in the heaviest rain throughout the day tomorrow. So this is a snapshot of 2 o'clock. And look how wet it is likely to be through the majority of the Eastern Caribbean. Again, from Anguilla all the way down to TNT, I can't rule out passing showers, squalls, some gusty winds, and some locally heavy rain. The best chance for that to happen will be farther north in the islands that you live, but even down in the Windward Islands, it's plausible to get some of that heavier, significant rain. Now, the most consistent winds are likely to come along for the ride near the center, and you can clearly see by 11 o'clock tomorrow night, right? We will dry out a bit, southern third of the Lesser Antilles, but from St. Lucia north, especially again towards Anguilla and St. Martin and St. Bart's, and Barbuda and Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis and Saba, and beginning to swing west, at least through the Virgin Islands, some of that heavier rain. So now we have Anegada and Virgin Gorda and Jost Van Dyke and Tortola and St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John and Vieques and Culebra and maybe Puerto Rico, just depending on how this plays out, now kind of within the periphery of some of that heavier rain. I can show you guys what it looks like rainfall total wise. And again, just one model. We've been talking about 4 to 6 as the higher end. I like that. Right? You can clearly see that just offshore here, you're going to get your more than foot of rain, right? Barbuda, I think this is spot on. I think you're going to get 5 to 7 in Barbuda. I like that number. Antigua, about 4, right? And again, now you're going to average in most of the rest of the Lesser Antilles 2 to 4, but locally higher. I think these numbers are pretty good. I think solidly they're on there. I didn't mean to do that. Let me put these numbers back on. Apparently the right mouse button clears them, which I honestly didn't know. But now it's good to know. Guadeloupe, let's get you in on this, right? So, totals from the storm. You know, I like that kind of gradient, if you will, where we get 5 to 7 in Barbuda, we get maybe 3 to 5 in Antigua, and then 2 to 4 in most other areas. Now, one thing the models can't do is handle the convective nature of this activity, where you get the extreme locally heavy rainfall, which is still a possibility, right? To maybe double those amounts in very localized spots, not widespread. But even down the road, you know, Virgin Gorda and Tortola and Joost Van Dyke and St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, all again in that 2 to 4. The National Weather Service out of San Juan and the Hurricane Center have talked about the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico falling under potentially 2 to 4 inches of rain and locally up to 6. Model doesn't pick up on as much in Puerto Rico, but a shift to the west, even by 50 miles, could bring more of that as well. And again, it has a hard time. It's picking up 1.7 in St. Lucia. Probably some areas have already seen that. But you get the idea of the rain that could fall in an extremely large area, which is why focusing just in on the center is not the best thing to do. Okay. Back over to the chat. See how everyone's doing this evening. Yes, Sam, I was at KOCO in Oklahoma City, one of my television stops, for about 7 years. Did the tornado thing in Oklahoma City for a while, and then came back to Florida, where I'm from. Did the hurricane thing for a while as well. Hi, Sylvette. Lots of lightning in St. Lucia. Is it Cerulean? I'm doing well. Thank you. Super Chat doesn't join a way to activate. Yeah. Some devices act differently. Also, too, that is the join button. If you want to become a member of the channel, the Super Chat and the Super Thanks is, I believe, it's the heart with the monetary symbol, and you click on that and you can just directly donate to the channel. And it's just a one-time donation. If you want to become a member of the channel, that's the join button. And then you're a monthly member of the channel. You get access to the custom badges and emojis. Your name is in green. You can do different things on our live chats. I shout you guys out. And then if you want to become a Team MM member, you get access to my exclusive short videos as well. But they are two different things. So your super chat, which I believe encompasses also super thanks and super stickers, is one button. And then the actual join button is if you want to become a member of the channel. All right, starting in Guadeloupe, very windy in St. Lucia. So, you know, just overall, for my friends in the chat, you're beginning to hear of the weather going downhill. And again, my system will automatically paint on where it believes tropical storm and hurricane force conditions are likely to occur. So let me show you that right now. I'm going to drop off the satellite data because it's just a little bit easier to see, and we'll get rid of the lightning data as well. So these concentric rings, your blue rings or your aqua colored rings, are tropical storm force winds, sustained 39-mile-an-hour winds. As of the last update, it has slid this a little bit farther west to include Antigua. Again, at this point in time, Antigua is just under a tropical storm watch, but our interpretation, if you will, of where the wind fields are in the storm have Antigua with those sustained winds of over 39 miles an hour, and very close and certainly plausible to get closer to St. Bart's, St. Martin, St. Martin, and Anguilla. Barbuda obviously well into that. The purple areas are winds of over 50 knots, 57 miles an hour or higher within the purple shaded area. Again, it's great that this is a sheared storm with the weakest winds on the northwest side, which is the area that is closest to proximity to the islands, right? The western side of the storm. The eastern and southeast side is stronger. Right now, you don't see any pinks. That would be hurricane force winds. If I extend this out, right, you start to see a little bit in the way of some hurricane force winds up here as a possibility, right? Now, it's interesting because we'll get the 11 o'clock advisory in, but We'll see if the Hurricane Center wants to continue to make this a hurricane down the road. It's not supposed to happen as it moves through our area, but down the road it could. Oh, British Airways can't land in St. Lucia. Yeah, I would imagine, look, flights, travel overall likely to be impacted in this area at least through tomorrow, late afternoon. But again, always check in with your local airlines if you have any flights. I know that someone was talking about trying to get out of St. Martin, tomorrow. I wish you the best. Not sure that's going to happen, but I have no direct knowledge. But obviously we know the weather's going downhill. So I still have our wind gusts on here. Let's take a look at our pressures. Again, I think even someone said the pressure went back up in their area. Let me drop off just the wind radii, a little bit easier to see. And let's bring on these pressures again. All right, so here's Guadalupe's pressure. I know it's hard to read, guys. It was 1,007, and it's actually come back up to 1,009. So again, not a deepening storm, closer to Guadalupe, and the lightning is just marching in, just about ready to slam into Guadalupe. Absolutely going to get hammered. Antigua was down to 1,007, and they're back up to 1,009. What an interesting storm. A storm that is expanding in nature with impacts, but whose pressure is also going up at the same point in time, indicative of a storm structure that's not really fantastic. While also, by the way, producing some convection near the eastern side of the storm. You can see that cluster of lightning there and those brighter whites. Those are higher, colder cloud tops on this infrared imagery. Barbuda, again, everything kind of just going downhill. St. Martin and St. Martin, 1,009 pressure. Anguilla, 1,008. Pressure's even a little bit lower there than it is in Guadalupe. There is no significant pressure field. And I can even put on, by the way, the pressure fields. I don't do it very often, but I can bring those on. So let's see what we got here with the pressure fields. Yeah, nothing really too tight, huh? We don't see any big ringed up areas. All right. Ethelyn says light to moderate wind in northwest Trinidad. Thank you very much. Yeah, losing some Wi-Fi in St. Lucia. I think we're losing some power overall in St. Lucia. Again, I can go back and check that camera real quick. I'll just do it here in a mode that I can check it behind the scenes. Give me 1 second. See if it actually has come back on. Nope, it's still dead. So we obviously have some power problems there. Still some heavy downpours in St. Lucia from El Gang Channel. Hi, Ebony, how are you? Just heard from a friend in Barbuda, nothing happening there as of yet. Appreciate that, Ebony. Thank you for letting me know. Again, it is going to be a little bit of time before whatever impacts we end up seeing, right? And this is not, I want to be clear, again, with the evolution of this storm today, this is not your classic middle or higher end tropical storm. This is a very sheared storm that could still do some really interesting things over the island, right? As far as, does the low level center hold together? Does it really pull tropical storm conditions over the islands? Is the deepest convection and thus the worst weather out of all of this well south of the center? So far right now, your worst weather today has been in Barbados. They had 55+ mile-an-hour winds with some of the storms in association with Jerry, but about 275 miles from the center. So it's not a classic system. It's elongating itself at this point in time in a north to south fashion. And so I think there's still an opportunity that this could get very interesting, if you will, overnight as to what ultimately are the impacts going to be. Now, one thing I do expect is that, let's say we don't even get the most significant wind impact, right? Let's say we don't get a lot of winds over 50 miles an hour across most of the islands. That would be indicative of a storm that's probably beginning to kind of shear apart even more, but that could overspread the squalls and the heavier rain in an even larger area, because now they're not trying to concentrate themselves near the center of circulation. They're going to be much more broad in nature. And you can see in the last few hours on the infrared satellite imagery how that cloud expansion has occurred, with a lot of lightning developing near some of those higher cloud tops. Thank you, Myron. Appreciate you. I'm really glad to hear about all this calm. Again, I wasn't on today when I came on because it was like, all right, it's hitting the fan, it's go time. I came on when I came on today because I knew it was still daylight and you guys were all still awake. There were some big changes to the forecast in the last 24 hours. And I knew we could just track this live together, right? To get you prepared for whenever the worst weather was coming your way. And oh, by the way, also, when I saw Barbados had winds of nearly 60 miles an hour, you knew the opportunity or the potential that the storm could bring well away from the center. Certainly warranted coming on, but I was very understanding that for some of you in the path of this storm, you're not going to get the worst impacts until well after midnight tonight. You got it, Ray, and I appreciate you as well. Thanks for being a big part of the channel. Timint says, got some heavy rain in Babanu at the moment. What island is that, by the way? That's a new one for me. Rebecca, St. Lucia, lightning, rain, thunder, not too serious as of yet. That's good. Apparently there's some flooding on parts of the island. And of course, that's the other thing too, guys, right? You're going to get sporadic, issues across islands. It's not going to be hopefully island-wide, but we know some of the areas that flood first. If you guys know where that lives, you know if you live in an urban area or even a rural area that floods quickly, you know if water inundation from rough surf and sea conditions could cause a problem in your area. Those are all plausible scenarios with this storm over the islands over the next 24 to 48 hours. The large waves and surf issues will linger through the weekend as well. Again, we've got Jerry, which will start to impact and interact with this frontal boundary off the United States East Coast, which could be what we call a nor'easter. And this is going to churn up all of the water again in the Western Atlantic Basin. So even the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos and the northern side of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico and all the way back down to our area, we'll just see elevated swells for days and days to come. St. Lucia, north of the island. Oh, excellent. Thank you for letting me know. All right, starting to get more rain heavy now in Guadalupe, so it's beginning to come. Any update for Antigua? Brian, I've been shouting Antigua out, but I can help you out one more time here. Again, we're just starting to see some of the clouds and rain just kind of move in. You know, your current temperature is 79. There hasn't been a significant wind as of yet. It's going to take a couple of hours likely, but just like Guadalupe, where the weather is beginning to go downhill, Antigua should start to see that even before midnight tonight, and then probably see your west weather after midnight. Again, you guys are under a tropical storm watch, which means tropical storm conditions, winds sustained over 30 miles an hour or 39 miles an hour are possible. Could that be upgraded to a warning? Possibly. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate that as well. Yep, we were hoping for the best. Ziggy wants to know what's going on with SVG. Again, my friends, as far south as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, could some of this thunder and lightning work your way through the area? Absolutely, especially in the northern side of the Grenadines towards Beckway, St. Vincent itself. Gusty winds and some locally heavy downpours. You know, even Barbados has seen the winds freshen back up there. So again, you want to talk about just an area so far away, and now the winds are back up over 30 miles an hour. By the way, I can bring on the current time there on the top left-hand side of your screen. Apologize for having that off, but you can see that there is a cluster of squalls moving through. Now, it's not going to be as consistent or persistent as areas to the north, but you guys could still see some locally heavy downpours. You get as far south as, you know, Union Island and Carriacou, likely to probably not have as significant as areas to the north, but yeah, you're in store for at least some of that. And I just showed you guys the model where there's an opportunity for some lingering heavy downpours and a few squalls, even as far south as SVG and the Lesser Antilles through portions of tomorrow as well. Somewhat windy in St. Vincent, so there you go. I mean, yeah, absolutely. You guys are right on the precipice of some of the activity St. Lucia has seen, and it's diving south and west. Met Office said it'll be discontinued at 5 a.m. That sounds about right. You know, I would expect the worst weather out of the Antigua area and Barbuda area at around 5. It wouldn't shock me if that still continues for Anguilla and St. Martin and St. Bart's beyond that, but 5 a.m. sounds about right. St. Kitts, sure, Denisha. So again, St. Kitts right now is under a tropical storm watch. And for those who haven't seen this yet, these are the watches and warnings. Again, Barbuda, Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Bart's, and Guadeloupe, tropical storm warning. Then a tropical storm watch, Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius. Appreciably, we're kind of cutting a thin hair here as to which of these islands outside of Barbuda, which are going to see more direct impacts, could get hurricane or tropical storm conditions, and those who will stay just below that. But this is the official information from your local governments and the National Hurricane Center. Again, all under watches and warnings. So for St. Kitts itself, still expecting it to be a few hours at least. More than likely, it will be deep into the overnight hours for whatever the worst weather from this storm to move your way. That could be in the form of some significant heavy rain, 2 to 4 inches, locally up to 6 inches. That could be, again, up to 150 millimeters or even higher in a couple of locations. Winds that could be pushing 40 miles an hour along the St. Kitts area. Just gusty squalls, and then you're under a high surf warning. So sea conditions are 9 to 13 feet. Surf conditions are around 9 feet, or about 2.7 meters. And again, you know, here's an area where Barbuda may get more wind, but Guadeloupe might get more rain. I mean, look at this storm that is trying to creep towards Guadeloupe as we speak with over 300 lightning strikes. There is not going to be a lot of generalizations that I can do as far as, hey, for all of these islands, we're all going to get about the same thing. I think considering how Jerry is acting right now, right, with an evolving situation with its low-level center compared to some of the storms near the mid-level rotation, that I don't think there's a lot to say, hey, look, everyone's going to get this and everyone's going to get that. I think we're going to end up having some spots that have some significant wind, some spots that have some significant rain, some spots that get both, and others that don't get much of either. And that could even be in these areas here. You know, we could slip through in a couple of spots with not a lot of problems. But the wind is still to come in these areas. Oh, absolutely, Antigua's going to get some rain. It's on the way. Hey, Ricardo, how are we doing? Jamaica is in the house. Michael says, seeing a circulation outside of Guadeloupe. Look, there will be some, what I call SLCs, some scary looking clouds, okay? There is inherent rotation with these storms. Again, a tropical storm is a very strong, broad area of low pressure. It spins counterclockwise. That's the rotation of all of our storms here in the northern hemisphere. So you do get some low-level spin. Water spouts, absolutely plausible within this scenario. Seeing, again, you know, all a water spout is a tornado on water. It moves inland, it's a tornado. So you do need to be cautious of that. I don't think it's the biggest concern and the highest probability, but to see some water spout activity and some potentially tornadic activity is not out of the question. The air is very turbulent right now. There's a lot of instability. There's plenty of moisture in the atmosphere as well. So I think, you know, again, getting some significant heavier rain is plausible in a lot of spots. So it's 10 o'clock right now, friends, about 10:02. We're going to get the next full update from the Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock. And out of any storm this year, this update from the Hurricane Center, I think, is going to intrigue me the most. It's going to be a full update. We're going to get a full updated, position, max winds, pressure, new track. We're going to get a new discussion where they're going to discuss the structure of this storm and how they feel that this is going to be playing out over the coming hours. We'll also get any additional changes to the watches and warnings across your area as well. So stick around for the next hour. We'll go and see what's happening there as well. Do I think it will become a Category 1? At this point in time, no, but I don't have full confidence in that, right? Again, the official forecast is for it not to be a hurricane. The structure of the storm is still very sheared, meaning it's not vertically stacked, and it's very hard for a storm to get much stronger than what Jerry already is when you have this much shear. But there is a heck of a lot of new convection here, and some convection developing closer to the actual low-level center, which could be signs of just structural changes or potentially some intensification. But, you know, again, at this point, I would say I don't expect it to become a hurricane, but the winds are 65 miles an hour. We're only 9 miles away from it, you know, becoming a hurricane. So I would say plausible, but not likely. St. Martin in under the tropical storm warning. So again, what is likely to happen is overnight and through the early part of Friday for that area, you're going to get sustained winds. And again, this is based off of the Hurricane Center of over 39 miles an hour. You're going to get locally heavy rain and squalls and very high surf and sea conditions. You guys are also under a high surf warning, I believe. What could happen in the next 30 minutes in Guadalupe? I just think the weather goes downhill. I mean, it might be hard to tell exactly, you know, when this is going to arrive, but look at all the lightning that is on your doorstep. I mean, you know, these storms are probably marching at that same 15 to 20 mile clip. So we've got the lightning here from the mainland, far eastern tip, just about 13 miles away. Over 300 lightning strikes. This is 15 minutes. So whenever you see that number, that is how many lightning strikes are in just this view in just the past 15 minutes. You want to talk about a hot storm that is ready to roll over with some heavy rain and some gusty winds and a heck of a lot of lightning. That's what I expect in Guadalupe. So just going downhill. It does look like it's trying to turn slightly to the south, but I still think the majority of the island gets raked pretty hard. And I still have wind gusts on. Again, I'm just waiting for these first wind gusts to pop up here. And again, well away from the storm. Last hour, Barbados, Bridgetown had 36 mile an hour wind gusts, still the strongest that we've had lately. Just take a look at the water vapor imagery. Where you see dark blues is extremely rich moisture in the atmosphere. Look how widespread that is now. So all of this moisture-laden air is really spreading west through the islands as we speak and just blossoming, right? It's like you dropped a rock in a pond and everything, all those ripples are just expanding out. And look how concentric and uniform that expansion of the moisture is. What a heck of a storm. Really, really interesting. Really interesting to see how this shear is impacting the storm, especially again at the mid-levels. Now, for those of you who haven't seen my handy-dandy rubber band trick, let me break this out. It could be bad weather. All right, so typically with a tropical system, the ones that are best organized, I'm a rubber band, if you guys remember this from last year's live streams, right? Low levels, upper levels, it's a straight line. It's vertically stacked like a nice layered cake, right? You've got the low level surface winds structured right up here. That's how you get those beautiful shots of the eye wall of hurricanes, right? All the way up to the upper atmosphere because everything is nice and vertically stacked. Jerry is much different. The low level center is here. The mid and the upper level center are lagging behind because speed shear has pushed the lower part of the storm out away from everything else. So Jerry, instead of being vertically stacked, is tilted like this, okay? And so that structure of the storm has caused there to be some significant changes within it and not allowing it to get much stronger at this point in time because, first of all, the low-level center is actually exposed on the northwest side with even a little bit of drier air. Now, can there be deeper convection like the lightning you're seeing right now here trying to wrap back into the storm and help to get the storm a little bit better structured at the low levels. That's plausible. The shear was forecast to weaken a little bit as it moved over the islands. So that could be occurring as we speak. And if there's a little bit lower wind shear, there's certainly plenty of juice in the ocean temperatures, right? We already looked at those. They're 29, 30 degrees Celsius, 85, 87 degrees. But then again, this mid-level part of the storm has really produced a lot of lightning, and it's also not moving much. So the structure is very erratic for a tropical storm that has 65-mile-an-hour winds. Like this to me would look like a storm that has much more like 40 or 45-mile-an-hour winds, but is just producing copious amounts of thunderstorm activity. But we've already seen from Barbados that the winds today have been over 55 miles an hour. Now, those were with the outer bands. What really is going to be brought with the core of the storm? That is a question. Also, of course, since yesterday, this track is much farther west, much closer to our islands in general, just overall higher impacts for late tonight, overnight through most of Friday as well. Hubert says the winds are picking up and the lightning's coming into Dominica. There you go. St. Croix winds, for anyone asking in the Virgin Islands at this point in time, for the U.S. Virgin Islands, so again, different governments, U.S. and British Virgin Islands, different forecasts. Sometimes they are lined up, sometimes they're not. The U.S. Virgin Islands right now, just a small craft advisory, rip current statement, hazardous weather outlook. If this storm tracks as it is forecast to right now, I would expect there to be some 20 to 25 mile an hour winds in St. Croix and maybe even freshening up a little bit there as well. I can show you guys these winds actually from the model. Let me go to wind gusts. To give you an idea of what could be your highest end wind associated with this. Drop off this lightning data. Do some of this here. All right, so these are just your wind gusts, guys. Simple as that. We'll let this loop up. And again, the numbers that you see are the winds already. So basically anywhere you get to the green, you're going to start to see more than 20 mile an hour gusts. And you can see that touching St. Croix. You can see that close to St. John and St. Thomas. And this could be a little conservative. Those winds could be a little bit farther off towards the west than what they are, but I don't think they're going to be consistent, right? I guess that's my point I'm trying to make. Right now, based on the track for the Virgin Islands, gusty winds are likely. Sustained winds that are of any consequence are not as likely to occur. Right, if we come back here, again, the wind profile with the storm that's so sheared has all of the significant winds, generally east of the actual center and somewhat south, not a ton west. And I question you, where are all of our islands? Western side of the storm, western semicircle, great news for us. The storm is sheared and weaker on the western side. That's why the winds haven't freshened up as of yet, but you give it a little bit of time and some of that wind will begin to move in, especially towards Guadeloupe, Antigua, and Barbuda, and potentially down the road, again, Anguilla, St. Bart's, St. Martin, Save St. Eustatius. We're now, right, now you're getting wind gusts in Barbuda of over 50 miles an hour. And again, this is a model, right? And also, look at the time frame, guys. This is tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I can't stress enough that the weather tomorrow, especially in the northern Leeward Islands, is going to be crappy. Not good, and could even be worse throughout the day tomorrow in particular locations. Again, this live stream I didn't come on because it was the onset of the worst weather with the center, but it was the time to get you guys prepared for when the worst weather would be coming in. But pretty deep into Monday, we get some pretty gnarly weather here with some significant winds. It could be out of here before this, but these numbers I think are extremely plausible scenarios and probably even a little bit underdone in the other spots. But, again, with your sustained winds at 65, to get gusts over 50 in Bermuda is not going to take a lot. It's just not. So a lot of my friends in Dominica saying the weather's starting to go downhill there. And even on the West Coast. So there you go. Hi, Narissa. I'm here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We do have a goal. If you guys want to support the channel, that would be via our super thanks or our super stickers or our super chats. Again, as always, I appreciate you guys taking a quick second and hitting the like button for me. It's a very simple, small payback, but it really helps support the channel more than you guys think, because it allows the YouTube algorithm to say, hey, if someone likes this channel enough to hit that like button, we're going to recommend this channel to others who don't even know that it exists. You guys, of course, appreciate all of my subscribers. That's always free. I would have the notifications on so you know when I'm live like this and give you guys the video updates. I'm not going to waste your time, but having those notifications on really allows you guys to keep in touch with the channel during times like this. And again, there are other ways to support the channel in the links in the comments, in the video section below as well, via PayPal and Venmo if you guys choose to do it that way. Thank you to all of those who have done that so far for today as well. So many of you have. Brent and Amy and Fiona and Abby a couple of times, and Sir Dead a Life Better a couple of times, and Anthony, if I didn't mention you, and Rhea and Fiona again. Again, really appreciate all you guys so much. And again, just the like button helps out more than you think. We have a poll going on as well. By the way, significant poll. Appreciate this poll. Out of those watching, are you possibly impacted by this storm? We've had over 1,300 votes. 55% of you say yes. 45% of you say no. And I find that to be very interesting, right? The fact that we're almost at half, it means a lot of you are engaged in the channel, you're interested in Caribbean weather, and you're tuning in for various reasons. Maybe you have interest in this area, maybe you are being impacted, maybe you just want to keep up to date with the weather. So I think it's very, very neat and awesome that nearly half of you aren't directly impacted by the storm, but you're tuning in to lend support to those who are and lending support to the channel. So thanks from the bottom of my heart for doing that. And I do appreciate you guys spending part of your Thursday evening with me. Back over to my coffee, which by the way is just, this lid is not cutting it. I gotta get the caffeine in. Now I'm not gonna be going on forever tonight. We'll run the radar overnight for you guys. And if I need to come back on live tomorrow, I will. But we're not even going to discuss things until we get the 11 o'clock advisory. But, you know, we'll keep the live stream. What I'll do is when we're done here in this fashion, and again, it's going to be a while from now, but we'll start a whole new live stream for just the radar, run that overnight. And then depending on how things are tomorrow morning, if we need to pick it back up live, we will. Appreciate all of those with the kind words that you guys are throwing in the chat. That means a lot to me. Thank you from all the different locations you guys are shouting me out from. It means the world. St. Lucia's still getting it pretty hard. Let's check that camera. And again, those asking about timing, you know, we'll get back into it here. I've covered it many, many times, and I'm happy to do it again. But, you know, the farther north and west that you live, the timing is more overnight and into tomorrow morning. So I'm just going to check this St. Lucia cam again behind the scenes to see if it's back up. It's not. They must have lost power. It happens. All right. Again, very interested to see what the 11 o'clock advisory is going to be. That's the full advisory. From the 8 o'clock advisory, winds were 65 near the center. It may not be a lot of 65-mile-an-hour winds, and it might all be east of the center or near the center and east, away from the islands, but we've got 65. Pressure, an unusually high 1,006 millibars, and we've been keeping an eye on the pressure across the islands, and they haven't been lower than that. West-northwest still moving rapidly at 18, should still slow down a bit even overnight. I would expect that forward speed to come down a bit, but again, the low-level center out racing everything else, and at the 8 o'clock advisory, it was located about 45 miles east of Bermuda. So to answer your question, Alistair, there you go, 18 miles an hour west-northwest. Sometimes, you know, I get lucky and I answer a question I didn't even know was even out there. So someone asking about work. No idea about whether you should be going into work or not. That's obviously between you and your employer. I know that some of the government offices and some of the islands are closed. I know that some of the schools are closed. You know, some of you guys in the chat, but as far as any local information, as far as that goes, I don't. I would say just be very cautious with anything that you feel like you have to do tomorrow, and hopefully the thing that you can do is just stay at home and stay hunkered down and let this storm pass you by. So again, the tropical storm warnings are for Barbuda and Anguilla, St. Martin and St. Martin, St. Bart's and Guadeloupe, and a tropical storm watch for Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius. If I go back over to the latest recon data, and again, this was just about 9 o'clock. And by the way, we can check out that, I forgot, we can check out the recon data on the weather system as well. So they had not finished this flight. And I can see if I can pull up behind the scenes the full recon. They still might even be in the storm. But a couple of things to note again. They're still not finding a lot of wind west. They're still finding the lowest pressure, whatever that is, on the very far northwest side of the storm. Again, this is Barbuda and Antigua, and they're finding that whatever center it is, just on the northwest flank of the dense overcast, and even outrunning that a little bit as well. And then look how much stronger the winds are east and even northeast. One difference is that I'm seeing stronger winds now north of the center on the eastern side, whereas during the afternoon hours, all of the recon passes, the strongest winds were always south of the eye, south and east of the eye. So it's interesting that we have stronger winds kind of developing up here. So the question would then become, do these try and wrap back around on the northern periphery? And if those do try, then you would try and pull in stronger winds into the islands overnight. It's a scenario that's still evolving, but one that is a potential and needs monitoring. So let's check this out, guys. Sometimes this data transmits, sometimes it doesn't. I can sometimes get reconnaissance aircraft data. All right, so here we go. So this is the latest plot from the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. They are east of the storm, probably punching into what they think are some of the strongest winds. Let me get out here. Let's see if we can pick up these numbers. All right, here we go. So, 10:07, very new. What are the winds that they're finding? 44 right here, max surface wind of 44. Sorry if it keeps bopping on and off, I don't know why. I'm trying to hold it steady for you guys. All right, so 44 mile an hour surface winds there. That's about the only thing that really matters here. 10:08, so they're going north into the storm. So I'm going from south to north within this cluster of data points. 40, 41, 44, very consistent winds at the surface here, 45-ish up here. So the far north plot just about 3-4 minutes ago had about 45 mile an hour surface winds. Be interested to see if they want to run over that convection. So again, do have access to live Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft data as well, which is a really cool feature. If you guys remember from like Hurricane Beryl and Milton and Helene, we looked at a lot of the data from last year with that as well. But it gives us a good idea. Thanks, Myron. All right, no impact in Antigua yet. Again, still to come, but not yet. Sitting in and watching for Antigua the next 24 hours. Again, tropical storm conditions are possible, right? That's why you guys are under a tropical storm watch. The rain is going to continue to be a potential for you guys throughout the day tomorrow, but probably more consistent with heavier squalls the earlier part of Friday, and that does include the overnight hours. But even as Jerry pulls away, some locally heavy rain with your south winds behind the storm could lead to some excessive rainfall and some flooding. But, you know, we've mentioned the 2 to 4 inches of rain widespread. We mentioned the tropical storm conditions, which are 39 mile an hour winds or higher in some spots, and then the very rough surf and sea conditions. But, you know, for a lot of the Lesser Antilles, throughout the day tomorrow, even behind the storm, the south winds are pulling in ample moisture, and that could lead to, again, significant heavy rains well south of where the center is. You know, my take on this is that Martinique and maybe even St. Lucia have as good of a chance for heavy rainfall tomorrow as the Leeward Islands. Now, the significant winds are likely to be more confined closer to the center, which is going to be the northern Leeward Islands, but the rainfall potential is going to be very, very widespread. For now, Mel here, Taylor, may not see tropical storm winds, but I'm seeing different life. It's a possibility. Again, this is a very interesting, evolving storm. Let's be clear though, again, I just passed along official information as far as the watches and the warnings go, and there is a tropical storm warning for Barbuda, which means tropical storm conditions, which are defined by winds of 39 miles an hour, are likely, right? And then a tropical storm watch for Antigua, which means winds of 39 miles an hour are possible, okay? But I would assume that our friends in Barbados who had a 56 mile an hour wind wouldn't expect that today as well. So it's a very unique storm. The structure is very, very different than what we would typically see. And I think that's going to lead to a wider variety of outcomes, you know, is another thing I want to pass along. It's not going to be a homogeneous outcome for your islands. You are going to see very island specific conditions. Some tropical storm, some not. As far as winds go, some heavy rain and flooding rains, some not. The one thing that will be more consistent is the impressive surf and sea conditions. So again, it's 10:24. We'll get the 11 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center soon. And I'm very interested to see what they think about this storm. Now, behind the scenes real quick, while we're chatting, I'm going to try and look at this latest recon data here and see if I can bring that up for you guys. Well, they're still in the storm, but and it's funny because I can actually see the observations that we just saw as well because they are on the northeast side. I should be able to, it might take a half second to bring this in, but I should be able to bring this in for you guys if you guys bear with me here while we can just chat while I'm doing this. I can try and do two things at once. That should be it. I know I can drink coffee and do this at the same time. By the way, is it a little bit late to be drinking coffee? Yes. Do I need it? A little bit. Not a lot, though. I didn't make a full cup. What are you guys drinking right now? That could be a variety of answers. Let me know in the chat. Are you having a drink? And what might it be? What are we imbibing in on this Thursday evening as we watch Tropical Storm Jerry together? I've got coffee and diet green tea. That's how exciting I am at this point in time. Let's see, I dropped this. Okay. That should take just a second. Water. Hello, Rusty Water. Homemade iced tea. Oh, my mom, she used to make the best iced tea. Not that she doesn't any longer. I just obviously don't live at home, and I haven't for a while. My point is she's still with us. Yep, I've got my diet green tea and my Lean Law mug, which of course you guys know are the sponsor of the channel. I think it was one of the best marketing things that Bobby Lean ever did, giving me this tumbler, knowing that I'd use it on stream. Tequila? Noble pills, that's not shocking. Is it possible relocation of the center? That was one thing that I liked, that I wanted to look at behind the scenes. At this point in time, no. I still think the low-level center is where the Hurricane Center has it. I think all of this deeper convection was a part of the mid-level center and just a blow-up of storms. But the structure of the storm is very erratic right now. Notice that there is a blow-up here of some deeper, higher cloud tops and convection, that could be indicative that the low-level center is beginning to maybe organize itself a little bit more. It's so interesting. Long Island iced tea, there you go. It has a lot of water. I don't mind that. All right, so I should be able to now, with just a couple more clicks of the mouse, bring up the new recon data for you guys to see. Okay, so this is more of the same recon flight that we were looking at when it first came back on. They've just obviously been able to interrogate, if you will, more of the storm. Still, structurally, the storm is lopsided east. So they're trying to find the center, right? One low pressure point here at 1,007. They found 1,006 now north and east of Barbuda, right? That's the trajectory of the storm, moving west-northwest. But all of your yellows, oranges, and reds, the higher wind velocities, are still east and north of the storm. There is very little wind right now on the western side still. So it is a very interesting thing as to whether we pull the tropical storm conditions that are sustained over the islands. Gusts, right? Sustained gusts over 39, yes. But sustained winds of 39? I think it is certainly not a guarantee. How much farther west does this want to track? Remember, now the center itself is likely just north of Barbuda, but there's still a heck of a lot of, Jerry left over on the south side that can still rake over the islands, just like we're about ready to see in Guadeloupe as well. Hey, Tammy Hall, how you doing? Thanks for becoming a member of the channel. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Tammy. Thank you for supporting the channel in that way. You now have access to custom badges and emojis. Your name is now different color on the live stream. Shout out all of my members, and I appreciate you joining the tribe. Thank you, Tammy, very much as well for doing that. St. Martin is in the house. St. Martin is in the house. All of my friends there. Butch, Puerto Rico should generally be okay, should pass several hundred miles towards the east. Could there be some squally weather tomorrow? Could there be some fresher winds? Absolutely. If the storm, any of the models that I've seen lately, if the storm tries to do something weird and go west, it's really falling apart as it does so. So I'm not expecting this to bring direct tropical storm impacts as far west as Puerto Rico. Whew. Looks like we got some interesting plane fights going on there in St. Lucia. Well, I hope so too. You don't ever want to hear that. Hi, Brady. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Again, appreciate everyone tuning in. Appreciate everyone helping out with the channel. Hey, Gaming with Jamie. How are you? Appreciate your support of the channel as well. A nice little $2 super thanks. Let's get the hearts out for Jamie, friend of the channel. See Jamie all the time on the channel as well. Hey, hot chocolate, Wallace. That's a great idea. Sometimes you get a little bit of cooler weather with this activity coming in as well. By the way, I would be remiss to not put on this lightning data again. Again, just to remind you guys, Barbados, has had some fresh winds in the last couple of hours outside of their 56-mile-an-hour wind earlier. Look at the lightning moving into St. Vincent. The lightning encompassing St. Lucia right now. I'll still check and see if we have that camera. Look at the lightning just go over Martinique. Anyone live in Martinique? I know we've had some friends of the channel in Martinique on the live chat. I hope they still have power. But if you guys live on Martinique, let me know. That looks to be a pretty nasty storm with a ton of lightning that has moved over that area. Luckily, if they do have to divert, they're not too far away from other islands, as long as the runways are long enough. I don't know the situation, but it's never fun to have to circle and divert. I've had to do that before as well. So there's Dominica. Someone asked about Guadeloupe. Yeah, of course. We've been going up and down the islands. Again, Guadeloupe right now, on the precipice of seeing a really hefty part of Jerry. Again, not the center, but just a really rowdy part of this storm. And to be clear, we do have an observation point on Guadalupe. So that's your current temperature, which is down. Oh, did we really just lose it? I would die laughing if I said that and then it went away. Let's check out the wind. Stay with me. Okay, it's still there. Got a bit of a west wind on Guadalupe right now in the interior sections. When's that last observation? 10 o'clock, okay. So that site on Guadalupe is still up. They just weren't transmitting a temperature. And they weren't transmitting much more than that, to be honest. Keep an eye on it. But again, I have the wind numbers on here. We're just not seeing them yet. There's no significant gusts. Outside of Martinique and Barbados, St. Croix has even had a 20-mile-an-hour wind gust with some local activity out west. This is the buoy data. So I have access to all the buoy data. If you guys watched yesterday's video, what do we have? Was it nearly 60 or over 60 with this buoy that came through? I have access to ships data, but it's never really works out during storms because they're smart enough these days to get nowhere near these darn things. But should there be a ship in the vicinity that is transmitting weather data, I could pick that up as well. Oh, I know the St. Martin one. Yes. Yes, you can find videos of that everywhere, right? Fiona, that is a really interesting airport. St. Croix still quiet. Will St. Lucia get rain? I would expect there to be some rain in St. Lucia, yes. St. Kitts and Nevis still quiet right now. Hey Sarge, how you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for your support. Appreciate all my friends in the channel tuning in as we continue to track Tropical Storm Jerry with direct impacts to portions of the Lesser Antilles. We have tropical storm watches and warnings out for portions of the Leeward Islands. We're going to have more significant rain in a even broader fashion than that. And again, friends, this is just kind of the beginnings in some spots, right? Some areas have already had some impactful weather for today across our islands. Others will yet to see their worst weather. Some will get through this storm okay. This is a very unusual storm. The structure of the storm with a tropical storm of 65-mile-an-hour winds is not as well defined as what you would expect. The center of circulation is north and west here where our icon is, and then all of your deeper convection is tilted back to the south and to the east because that's how the storm is with the low-level center that has been pushed by shear out ahead of all of this deeper convection. So, you know, how the wind fields are going to play out with this storm over the islands is still a question mark. How much farther west it wants to track is still a question mark. Remember, this is a lot closer approach, you know, to what was really happening right now compared to what the most models had this time yesterday, which was why the last couple of, tropical videos that I did, you know, I showed you guys that there wasn't full consensus and that some of the models I put some weight into, like the HAFS model and the H-MON and the HWRF, were far enough west where I still had concern. Now, we had a bit of a buffer, but that buffer went from about 120 miles from the hurricane center to just about 30 right now. And it's likely that the core of the storm is passing Barbuda as we speak, less than 30 miles away. Okay, I was supposed to take myself off camera and not mute myself. You guys weren't supposed to see the chapstick. Oh, I love it. I was trying to answer Sweet Ambition. I don't know if it's going to go that far west, but again, it's not as important with the center point as broad of impacts that we're going to see. Oh my God, get the hearts out for that, right? Whoops. Again, I don't know what I said while I was muted, but the British Airways flight has landed. We always like to see that. They're getting cooked with the lightning in Guadeloupe. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Here's a shorter loop for you guys, by the way, as well. We'll cut it back down to just a couple of hours here. Look at all that lightning. And again, a shorter loop, it's just going to loop slower. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Cooked is a good word. You can probably cook something out there in it. Antigua's still quiet. Getting about lightning and thunder every 5 seconds on Guadeloupe. How far out of St. Martin are we looking? Do you expect us anything super quiet right now? I mean, a lot of people doubt. Well, again, this has nothing to do with the timing, right? Again, I'm not on because I thought that this was going to hit a certain location at this point, or that the timing is behind where I thought it would be. You know, I came on at 6 o'clock today because the storm was still yet to move in. I could give you guys the information you need to know before the storm was right atop of you guys, and get you prepared for the significant track change that Jerry brought in the last 24 hours. The timing is still relatively fine. If I go back and I show you guys from the Hurricane Center, let's see here. It might take me a second just to find the actual graphic I want to show you. Right here. This is your estimated time of arrival of tropical storm force winds. And this was even earlier today from the Hurricane Center. So at 8 o'clock, they had the tropical storm force winds, you know, kind of towards Guadeloupe and south. And, you know, again, as they were coming in, now we haven't seen sustained tropical storm conditions. And again, this is not saying for sure, you know, when this time frame hits, you're definitely going to see tropical storm conditions. It's just if they were to develop, this is the estimated time that they would arrive. I want you to note that the 2 a.m. timeline is still just north of where we are right now. And so we're not expecting places like St. Kitts and Nevis and Saba and St. Eustatius and Anguilla and St. Martin and St. Martin to see tropical storm conditions until after midnight tonight. And in some areas, it might be even closer to daybreak, likely between the 2 and maybe 6 to 8 a.m. time frame in those areas. So that's when it would arrive. The chance itself looks like this. Again, very high chance overall that places like Barbuda will see it. Antigua is fairly high as well, and then moderate to moderate high for the rest of the Leeward Islands. Your percent chance is on the legend below, and you can find your island here and see where that lines up. But as far as timing goes, I think we're still spot on. Again, this wasn't me jumping on saying, all right, it's hitting everywhere all at once. I mean, obviously, when you're talking about islands such as the Lesser Antilles, when they span for hundreds and hundreds of miles, we're going to see different impacts at different times. Earlier today, early afternoon, Barbados had 55-mile-an-hour winds. So I cover Barbados just as I cover everyone else, obviously. But for those who are still to have the storm track over you, again, the northwest side of the storm is the weakest side of the storm. It's going to take a while before the fresher winds and storms run over your area, which is not likely to happen until after midnight. And that, from that timing I just showed you, still appears to be very accurate. It has not even come close to St. Kitts yet, relatively speaking. Jerry is not likely stalling. The mid-level part of the storm is probably lagging behind a little bit because of the shear, right? The low-level center is here. Again, you know, we don't have the visible satellite imagery anymore, but this is where the low-level center is on the far northwest side of all of the deep convection, right? A storm that is very organized, that center is going to be near the middle of all of this deep convection. That's not what's happening with Jerry. These thunderstorms are well away from the actual center, and rather than being pulled back into the center, they're marching their way west. The storm itself almost looks to be elongating itself north to south at this point in time. It's a very unusual structure, as I've mentioned. It doesn't mean that it can't bring some significant impacts, but they're just not going to be as organized as what we would see with most tropical storms that have winds of 65 miles an hour, right? High-end tropical storm, only 9 miles away from being a hurricane, not forecast to become a hurricane near the islands, and even, you know, the potential for tropical storm sustained conditions is still a bit of a question mark in the Leeward Islands in some areas. You know, much lower question mark in Barbuda, which is likely to get tropical storm conditions very shortly. The thunderstorms are very prolific over Guadeloupe, and you can just clearly see, if you look at these darker colors, they're all beginning to slowly spread in to the rest of the Leeward Islands. Again, it's going to take a few more hours though, my friends. So again, a lot of our friends in Guadeloupe right now saying the weather's really going downhill. So there's one of the first islands there. Martinique has had some nasty weather today, and over the last couple of hours, St. Lucia just got hammered. I mean, look at all of that lightning in St. Lucia. Gosh, I really wish we had that camera. I'm going to try it one more time. It's back. You guys can't see it yet, but it's back. Let's look at it before it goes away again. All right, so live look outside to St. Lucia. Let's see if we catch any of that lightning. And it's gone. It looked like it wasn't frozen either. It looked like there was a little bit of a breeze, so hopefully it was live. That's why I wanted to show it right away when it was on. All right, but just look at all that lightning. Goodness gracious. Again, not really thinking it's stalling, guys. You're looking at kind of the wrong part of the storm. Just because the thunder and the lightning and all of that activity is kind of stalled and moving maybe west, the actual center of the storm is still right about here. Now, a decrease in forward speed was always likely, but you can clearly see on the north side here, right? You can see how all of this activity is still moving north. And that's where the true low-level center is. So we never talk about that one spot for the most part, because we know the impacts are much more widespread, and especially with a storm like this, whose structure is very sheared, keeping the mid-level part and the upper-level part of the storm kind of disconnected from the low-level center. See if we have any more reconnaissance data. Again, we're coming up at 10:45 right now. Well, they are way up there. Again, they have like a preset slice that they like to do at the various altitudes to get a nice, complete look at the structure of the storm. So now they're way up here. And we'll see if we can find some surface-derived winds. So they're outside of the deepest convection here. Let's see what they found here. 40-mile-an-hour winds sustained. Again, they're all still on the eastern side, where they're having, you know, the stronger winds overall. 40 sustained, all out of the southeast. And to be clear, this storm is lopsided. All of the worst weather and winds are either east or south of the storm, which again is why these areas are still quiet. But eventually the storm will pull north of you and you'll get what Guadeloupe and Dominica and Martinique are seeing. It's just going to take much deeper into Friday morning for that to happen. Hey Myrna, I appreciate you. $2 super thanks. Thank you very much. And again, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Thank you very much for that. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Myrna. Centron, $2 super thanks. Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate you guys doing so as well. Thanks for taking a second, hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel, all those things. As the kids would say, smash the like button. If you want to become a member of the channel, that's the join button. 2 different tiers. You want to support the channel directly in the description in the video below. You can do that as well. But again, appreciate all you guys tuning in and joining me here on this late Thursday evening as we track Tropical Storm Jerry together. Now, again, important update coming from the Hurricane Center at the top of the hour. It's going to be the 11 o'clock full advisory. We're going to get the updated position, the updated winds, the updated pressure, the updated track, the updated discussion from the Hurricane Center of what they feel like has been happening with Jerry. And obviously, the reconnaissance aircraft that have been going in and out of this storm in the last couple of hours is going to be vital information that they're going to be talking about during, this discussion. But, the overall structure of this storm is a very unusual one, and I'm interested to see how they, see it. What I see is mid-level part of the storm lagging behind with significant lightning that's moving into Guadeloupe, Dominica, and Martinique at this point in time. The low-level center is still on the far northwest edge. There has been some convection on the east side of that low-level center, but it is still an exposed center with some drier air just off towards the west of it. If I show you guys the moisture-laden air, right, the reds are the drier air. There has been a little bit of moisture that it's beginning to pick up on here, but the structure of the storm is still so lopsided that typically when we have this kind of structure with the storm, we don't normally get a lot of quick development out of this or any further strengthening. So it's not going to shock me if the Hurricane Center keeps this as a tropical storm and keeps it as a tropical storm the remainder of its time closer to our area. Potentially again, as it pulls away, it could become a hurricane as it moves closer to Bermuda, and hopefully again the forecast is going to have it when we get the update to recurve south and east of Bermuda. But that update should be coming soon, as they say. Again, sometimes it's already out, depending on things. Sometimes they are getting it all together. And again, could there be differences to the watches and warnings? That's another question mark. We get an update with the watches and warnings for the 11 o'clock advisory as well. We get everything. So Hack's got more rain and lightning in St. Lucia. Why no rain in Dominica? Well, it's just dependent. I would assume you guys are on the doorstep of getting some, right? Some of this activity is beginning to develop with the rich moisture-laden air over your area. But also, let's be clear, not every part of the island is going to get the most consistent and heaviest rain. It will still be somewhat scattered across some areas, but then you get to Guadeloupe and it's like, pretty much everyone's going to get it, But if you haven't had rain in Dominica as of yet, I think you've got a pretty good chance coming up in the next hour. And then someone said there's some rain in Dominica. So there you go, right? That's how it plays out. We know that. St. Lucia been raining heavy for over 2 hours now. Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Martinique is quiet now, but there is no electricity. So there you go, right? Martinique had a pretty good thunderstorm complex roll through there about an hour or so ago. And now we have no power there. And that's going to be a problem, right? There's significant enough wind and there's certainly enough lightning. And it's going to cause some power problems across our islands. And hopefully the infrastructure can handle it and get your power back on soon. But that is always very local specific. All right, so very anxious for this 11 o'clock advisory. Again, I think out of any advisory, out of any storm this year, this is the one I'm most curious about. I've done my analysis and what I think's been happening with this storm, but I'm very curious to see what the Hurricane Center wants to say about this. Because it definitely has undergone some structural changes, but appreciably, I think the low-level center is still just outracing everything else. And here it is. But we'll get that update shortly. At least within the next 10 minutes. Trinidad could get some rain as it goes north, absolutely. Again, it's pulling in moisture all the way from the south throughout the day tomorrow, and the model did show the opportunity for at least some passing showers in the Windward Islands tomorrow. Not going to be as concentrated as areas north, but still a higher than normal chance, and still some locally heavy downpours even as far south as TNT. And this will spread west as well. So if you live in the Virgin Islands, your rain chance will begin to improve tomorrow as well, with the winds freshening up from time to time. You are welcome, Butch. My pleasure. All right. Ah, come on. Oh, are you kidding me? You guys aren't going to believe this. It hasn't even shown up yet. That's Karen. Subtropical storm Karen in the far North Atlantic. Ay, Dios mío. Okay. I mean, like in the far North Atlantic. I can't believe they made that Karen. It is like a Karen storm. They don't even have the track yet. That's why. I see it on my system. So this is going to become Karen, guys. All right. And, I mean, what's going on, man? All right. Sorry, that threw me for a loop. When I saw the update, I was like, all right, what are they doing with Jerry? Oh, nope. We're giving you an update on Karen first. Let's see here. Just want to look at something real fast. Okay, so we have Karen, the 11th named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Lorenzo is next, the 12th named storm. So now we have 11 named storms with Karen. It's a subtropical system. It is a hybrid. Obviously, when you're this far north in latitude, it's not a truly warm core system. Just for informational purposes, there's no reason to even talk about that storm, but there's Karen. So let's get the hearts out in chat for Karen. All right, Jerry, are you updated yet? Yes. Okay. Jerry now moving northwest as it passes just east of the Leeward Islands. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect. All right. So again, I can bring up this advisory and we can look at it together. Let me just set the scenario here real quick. All right. So let me get this all nice and pretty for us. All right. And basically we're looking at this for the first time together. All right, Jerry now moving northwestward as it passes just east of the Leeward Islands. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect for portions of the northern Leeward Islands. All right, 11 o'clock advisory, located at 18.2 north, 61.6 west, or about 100 miles from the northern Leeward Islands. Sustained winds are down a little bit to 60 from 65. It is moving now to the northwest at 17. So it's dropped 1 mile an hour, but it is still moving quite rapidly. Minimal central pressure is 1,005 millibars, so a little bit lower than the 8 o'clock advisory, but still up from the 5 o'clock last full update. There have been no changes to the watches and warnings with this advisory. So you still have these same tropical storm warnings and the tropical storm watches. So Barbuda, Anguilla, St. Bart's, St. Martin, Guadeloupe, and the adjacent islands, you guys are under a tropical storm warning. Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, Saba, and St. Eustatius, a tropical storm watch. Again, we've already talked about warnings mean conditions are likely, tropical storm wise, tropical storm watch, tropical storm conditions are possible. As I have been mentioned, interest in the British and U.S. Virgin Islands should monitor the progress of Jerry. Taking a look at things. Jerry is moving towards the northwest, and this motion is expected to continue with a gradual slowdown on Friday. On the forecast track, the center of Jerry will pass just east of the northern Leeward Islands tonight. Tropical storm force winds extend 175 miles from the center, but that is generally east of the center. So again, for our friends in the Leeward Islands who are like, man, Rusty, I haven't seen a lot of wind. There is a lot of wind with Jerry, but it's all east and south of where the center is. Wait till the storm passes you by, and that behind it is likely when you're going to see the freshest winds. So they're using drop zone data to find that 1,005 millibar pressure. Again, tropical storm conditions are expected in the warning area and possibly the watch area tonight and Friday morning. The 4 to 6 inches of rain in a couple of spots, the 2 to 4, that's very widespread. Even Puerto Rico could get into that 2 to 4 and up to 6 inches of rain. Swells are significant. We'll look at that graphic one more time. And the rip current risk is obviously extremely significant as well. So that is your advisory from the Hurricane Center. The discussion is much more meat and potatoes, but we can look at this and I can try and make it as simple as possible. So satellite data, observations, what we call ASCAT data, poorly organized and a strongly sheared tropical storm. The low-level center is now fully exposed and elongated in the main area of deep convection located on the system's south and southeast side. So the structure has not gotten any better. It's actually gotten slightly worse, and that's what I was seeing as well, is that the low-level center is still racing away from the deeper convection well off to the south, okay? The initial intensity is held at 55, and it could be a little bit generous. The center of Jerry less than 100 miles to the northern Leeward Islands, which is often close enough to experience strong winds. Again, however, basically, ASCAT data, it's a type of satellite that picks up the signature of the winds and the wind profiles, and the aircraft data show that the strongest winds are confined to the region east of the center. In fact, winds are quite light on the west side. I've been screaming that from the top of my lungs, but you know, there it is from the Hurricane Center. It will take until you either get on the east or the south side of the storm to see the most significant winds, if that part of the storm moves over your area. Jerry has been moving erratically today, but smoothing through the fixes show that the storm is gradually turning to the right. So initial motion is 300 degrees on the compass at 16 knots. General motion should continue through early Friday, taking the center of the system near or over the northern Leeward Islands during the time. However, the strongest wind should pass to the east of the islands due to Jerry's asymmetric structure. So hopefully we don't get a lot of sustained tropical storm force winds for the northern Leeward Islands. Now, with the thunderstorm activity south of there are still going to be pockets of extreme significant wind gusts, just like Barbados today. But with sustained winds along the track of the low-level center, it looks like potentially those winds could stay just east because of the lopsided nature of Jerry. Let's see. Turning to the north around the subtropical ridge, faster eastward to northeast motion, Jerry's expected to pass east of Bermuda. No significant changes were made to the previous track forecast. Strengthening in the short term seems unlikely given Jerry's poor initial structure. However, after the storm passes the northern Leeward Islands, the vertical wind shear could decrease and Jerry remains over warm waters and moist air mass. Therefore, it could strengthen. So we still have down the road this becoming a hurricane, but a minimal hurricane, and hopefully in the exposed waters of the Atlantic and not impacting anyone. So there you go. Yes, Tropical Storm Karen is formed. Ay, ay, ay. Again, I appreciate gaming with Janie, Myrna, Tammy for your recent support of the channel. Thank you guys. Appreciate you, friends. And again, we have over 1,500 votes now into are you being impacted or possibly impacted by the storm, and 54% of you say yes. So yes, Karen is subtropical. Again, that far north, it's never going to be tropical. It's not a warm chord system. The sea surface temperatures are too cool. It's a hybrid system at best. You're welcome. Okay. Well, the shear. Simply, the easiest way to talk about that is that shear is impacting the storm, right? There are winds that are moving faster than other levels of the winds. It's either called speed shear, meaning the winds are moving faster as the storm moves along in different parts of the storm, or vertical shear, meaning that the winds are turning in different directions as the storm goes up in height. This is the speed shear variety, where basically the low-level winds are pushing the lower part of the storm away from the mid-level and upper-level center. So again, let me get my handy-dandy rubber band, because this is the easiest way to describe it. When the winds are all about the same speed and they're turning in concert with each other in height, you get a very nice vertically stacked storm. Beryl, Helene, Milton last year, your Cat 5s, Aaron, all nice vertical stacked storms. What's happening with Jerry is the low-level winds are faster, okay, than as the storm is trying to develop in the mid and the upper levels. So your cake, if you will, is beginning to get lopsided, where the low-level part of Jerry is pushing out faster and it's leaving the mid and the upper level part of the storm behind. So it looks like a rubber band like this from the lower to the upper levels of the atmosphere. So Jerry's low-level center is going whoop, well away. And when you have a vertically tilted storm like this, you get this kind of structure, and you get a storm that it's very hard for it to consolidate again near where the center of low-level circulation is, which is on the northwest side and is exposed on the northwest side with a little bit of drier air, which is why you don't have the deeper convection around it. And then your mid-level activity lags behind. So it's just a very structurally unsound storm, despite the fact that it can still be producing winds near and east of the center of over 60 miles an hour. Oh. You know, the worst part about this Noble Pills is that this costs $500. No, I'm joking. all of our equipment is only the best. This is a gold, embossed rubber band that happens to be orange. No, I used this so many times in the live streams last year. People, I think, understood it. Sometimes the simplest explanations are the easiest, and that's what I try and do, is break it down as simple as possible. And when you're talking about the vertical structure of a storm, because it's extremely important, it's hard to kind of equate that in simple terms. But, going back to some of the things I remember how either I was taught or, how I taught kids in schools and stuff, the old rubber band trick works. Buy Rusty a new rubber band. I like my orange rubber band. The reason why I use the orange one is it's easy to see. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. Okay. So that's the 11 o'clock update. Let's run back through a couple things. I'm going to check the St. Lucia camera. Okay. As of right now, it's back up. Just curious to see if we can catch any lightning. Now again, is it frozen? I think it's frozen. It's toying with me right now. Toying with me. Well, guess what? I am not going to be toyed any longer. It's the last time we look at that tonight. Graphics-wise here. So again, these haven't changed. I've mentioned that ad nauseum tonight, but I want to make sure if you live in these areas, you understand what you're under, whether it's a watch or a warning, and why you're under that and the impacts you could see. And again, this is kind of taking into effect the wind that you guys could see with the tropical storm watches and warnings, the other kinds of watches and warnings that I was able to piecemeal together from the various governments. Again, there's a lot of different governments in the Lesser Antilles. They all issue different kinds of advisories and watches and alerts and warnings. They all kind of mean the same thing, if you will, but some of them are a little bit different than others. For the British Virgin Islands and Anguilla and Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, you guys are under a high surf warning. So seas will be running 9 to 13 feet, at least 4 meters, but significant wave heights could be double that. The surf will be running around 9 feet, and there could be some breakers that are well over 2 and 2.7 meters, okay? And again, offshore waters, even more churned up than that. Just one notch below that is your high surf advisory for Montserrat. That's mainly for surf conditions of around 5 to 7 feet, but still some double-digit seas likely. For St. Martin and St. Martin, it's a flood watch and a high seas warning. kind of the same scenario again. High seas warning here, high seas warning there, flood watch, flooding conditions are possible across the island. It's not a guarantee, right? That's why it's a watch and not a warning, but some of these can be upgraded. They can be de-escalated, if you will. They can be dropped. Always check in with your local government and your local officials for the latest in all of this. And of course, local information that you guys might need to heed as well. For Guadeloupe, it was an orange wind alert and a orange wave alert. And then we had a flood watch for Dominica and Barbados and a flood advisory for St. Lucia. But again, some of this information could have already changed. But to give you an idea, not only are we talking about flooding potential and high surf potential in some areas, you're talking about flood advisories that had been issued as far south as Barbados and St. Lucia for today. Now for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, nothing like that as of this point in time, but that could change as well. And of course, the National Weather Service in San Juan would be issuing those on Friday if we got a little bit more impactful wind and rain closer to that area. Again, arrival times of most of the worst weather overnight, early tomorrow morning, northern Leeward Islands. But just like the Hurricane Center said, it's such a lopsided storm. All the strongest winds are east of the center. There's a plausible scenario where the core of the tropical storm force winds stay just offshore. Now, again, that's sustained winds, gusts, whole different ball game. Could you get gusts 40, 50 plus miles an hour, even in these areas that are outside of that? Absolutely. If you catch a storm like Barbados did earlier, you could still have some significant wind and rain. Again, the probabilities of your sustained tropical storm conditions over your areas, highest over Barbuda, closest to Antigua and Guadeloupe, still the moderate to moderate high for the rest of the Leeward Islands. Waves are going to be a problem. This, to go along with the rain, is going to be your most widespread impacts. First of all, small craft, everyone should be in safe harbor at this point in time. Significant waves will continue to build to the north and to the west. This is going to combine with that frontal boundary off the east coast of Florida, and the Western Atlantic Basin, as it has been so much over the past month, is going to be churned up. But significant swells are likely through the Lesser Antilles through at least early Saturday, and for a lot of areas through the weekend ahead as well. The Virgin Islands, northern sides of Puerto Rico could fall into that, even the northern sides of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and the exposed waters of the Atlantic for Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas. Bermuda could also see some extremely large swells as well. Send me a picture video here. Again, there's Jerry's recon data. And one more look at this shot from Roger as well. This is from St. Martin earlier today. Look at that red in the sky. Great shot. Appreciate Roger sending that in. Okay. Who has any questions for me at this point in time now that we got that newest information in? Fiona, using her custom emojis. Are you sure that is the right price for the rubber band? It's something like that. It was at least a couple $100, I think. Maybe we should start a new rubber band fund. But I like my rubber band, so I'm good with it. Oh. So nothing in Antigua, totally calm. Well, it's great to hear. Again, to be clear, I don't expect your worst weather to move in until after midnight, and it could be deeper into Friday morning. Guadeloupe is starting to get really hammered now. Now their winds are up to 25. So you get an idea of what could be coming. We just went over the 11 o'clock advisory, Omega Guy. Literally just went over it completely. 60 mile an hour winds, west-northwest, 60 mile an hour winds, west-northwest at 18. Center of circulation just north of Barbuda. Elongated storm, lighter winds west, stronger winds south and east, but still a lot of deep convection and stormy activity to pull through the islands, really over the next 24 hours. It's not going to shock me if 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we still have some really heavy rain and still some squally conditions. Maybe not, again, persistent 40 plus mile an hour winds, but within some squalls we could. To be clear, a lot of our area will see the worst weather once the center passes north of you and that south moisture-laden air feeds back in, with the structure of the storm being as erratic, to be nice, as what this storm is. Again, your low-level center is here, which has completely outrun the rest of the storm. You have a little bit of convection developing near it right now. Could be a consolidation of the low-level center with that, but all of the deepest storm activity has been left behind. And that's why it's slowly creeping into the islands. But the problem is that this deeper moisture content is actually lined up north to south, exactly where our islands are, right? So this is why it's marching into Guadeloupe and Dominica, and we've seen the heavier rain in Martinique and St. Lucia, and even towards St. Vincent. And Barbados has had multiple rounds of significant weather. This will all eventually creep farther north in time. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do, guys. I think we've covered this storm pretty well with me jumping on and you know, talking to you guys through this. There are still going to be impacts tonight and overnight and all of that. So what's going to happen is in a couple of minutes here, we'll say goodbye to each other, and I'm going to end this stream, but I'm going to start a completely new stream for all of our live radar data and all the weather computer information, right? And that stream will run continuously overnight. So if you guys live in the Leeward Islands or other areas that could be directly impacted by this storm, you can check in at your leisure, stay up all night long if you like, and that will have you covered. Obviously, I'll be keeping an eye on it. I'll have one eye awake, if you will. And by tomorrow morning, if there is a reason to come back on live, just like we're doing right now, depending on what's happening with Jerry, I'll absolutely do that, right? So I could see you guys pretty early tomorrow. I could see you guys at any point in time tomorrow, and I could just see you guys for a video update, depending on how things are playing out with this storm. But we're gonna get you covered here, Meteo Mundo 24/7, right? So the live stream for the radar will run completely overnight, and then for tomorrow morning, we'll break it up. Again, we can't run a stream more than 12 hours, which is why I'm just gonna kind of break it up in this way. So if you wanna keep up to date with the storm overnight, just look for a new live stream to come your way in just a couple of minutes after we end this one. St. Lucia getting it too. Oh yeah, you guys are definitely getting it. Sometimes, by the way, when we hear a lot of our friends in certain areas and then things get quiet, you know they got hit pretty hard, because then a lot of times their power goes out, right? We'll see if our friends in Dominica and Guadeloupe come back, but these are the areas that are getting hammered right now. And I've just noticed it during our live streams, wherever we're live streaming about, is once the worst weather comes through, a lot of times the power's gone. Some folks have battery backups and their phones are still working, the internet's still up, so they can still talk to us, but sometimes the internet comes along for the ride and goes downhill pretty quickly as well. Okay. You're welcome, Randy. Super calm in St. Kitts and Nevis. Yep, again, still to come, guys. It may not be until closer to daybreak. And again, there's not a guarantee that you're going to get tropical storm conditions, but Hurricane Center has put you under a watch, some areas under a warning, and these storms are pretty nasty south of you. So take the calm while you get it. I think we're in for some rowdy weather overnight. Look at the amount of lightning, by the way, just as an idea of what Guadeloupe is seeing right now. That's 155 lightning strikes in this shot in the last 15 minutes. So there is some deep convection left well behind the center of circulation. And even some lightning developing here, but it's all east of that center. It's great news for the islands for now. I am concerned about the amount of rain some spots could get as well. We already mentioned that, the 2 to 4, locally 6. Some areas could get 5 or even 7 inches of rain. So you're looking at, 100, maybe 150 millimeters or even higher in a couple of spots. Began to rain in St. Vincent as well. Yep. Definitely before I say goodbye to all of you guys here for right now, I believe it's this one. Please, if you can, in a very safe fashion, send me your picture or video from where you guys are viewing from right now if you're being impacted by this storm. It's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Easiest way to do it. Obviously, if it's a video, keep it, not too short, 5 seconds doesn't work, but somewhere in the teens up to 30 seconds, as long as the file is small enough to get to the Gmail account, then you're good to go. So don't make it crazy long, but don't give me a 3 to 5 second video either. That's too short to really help tell the story. But let us know what's going on in your area. Of course, always include where the picture or the video is from. You want to give me a description as well. That would be lovely. I can show those during the next live stream if I have to do that tomorrow, or I can show you in the next video update tomorrow as well. So mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Okay. I want to thank Brent. I want to thank Amy for being a Team MM member. Thanks for upgrading to being a Team MM member, Amy. Appreciate that support. I want to thank my friend Fiona, Abby Coe a couple of different times, Anthony, Sir Detta Life Betta a couple of times, Rhea, Fiona again, Tammy Hall for becoming a supporter of the channel, Jamie and Myrna for their support directly of the channel as well via the fan funding, the super thanks, the super chat, the super stickers. Thank you for all of those who have supported the channel. Also, if you guys send a direct donation via the PayPal or the Venmo, I'll find that out and send you guys a personalized note. So thank you so much for those who have. I know some of you guys have already had. And so if you want to directly support the channel in that way, and of course, the simplest way to do it, just hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel, get more eyes on the channel, help us continue to grow. That's our main goal here at Meteo Mundo, is to provide you guys with these timely live updates, the live streams, the live cameras, and the video updates in between everything, so you guys can be fully prepared for when storms move into your area. So again, at this point in time, we'll say goodbye in this live stream. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to restart the weather system on a brand new live stream that will run overnight. So if you live in this area and you want to keep updated with the weather, that will be available to you guys. I'll be monitoring the situation if necessary at any point in time tomorrow. I can always jump back on live on the channel. That's what I love about the digital universe, right? We can cover this as much as we need to. There's no time limit. As long as my voice holds up, as long as the microphone batteries hold up, and as you guys are willing to tolerate me, we can go live and do that. Of course, regardless, I'll be back on for video updates at the very minimum for tomorrow afternoon as well. Friends, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all the kind words. Really appreciate you guys spending part of your Thursday with me. Thanks for thinking enough about myself and the channel to find us and to spend time, your valuable time, supporting the channel, and obviously keeping a close eye on what's happening with Tropical Storm Jerry. Our thoughts are with our friends in the Lesser Antilles and Leeward Islands. Of course, I'll keep you guys up to date on the channel as well. Have a great rest of your evening. I'll see you back soon tomorrow. Take care, my friends.